Live. All right, y'all. We are live online. Thank y'all so much for coming out. So we definitely got a lot of things to kind of go over today. Number one, this is Commit Your Code, the conference for charity. 100% of all ticket sales, everything that y'all purchased goes directly to charity. We are not making a penny off of it. Now, a couple things that I will say, and I do want to give shout out to some of the people that have made this happen. Me and my, like the entire Commit Your Code team, we've donated all of our time to do this, right? And so some of us have taken PTO, some of us have taken unpaid time off to be here. So it's definitely costing us something in regards, whether it's time or effort or even income. So I'm really, really grateful for the people that have made this happen. So I'm going to give a quick shout out real fast to some of the people that are freaking out behind the scenes. So if you're online, you don't know people are freaking out at the moment. Dennis Garcia. Dennis, you want to stand up, take a part? Yeah, you deserve it. You deserve it. Braden Coyer right there, standing right next to him. Yeah. Devin Coyer, he's running around somewhere with a cord right now. Eric Anderson in the back as well. For those that don't know, this is a community-based event, and essentially we host meetups, right? We do meetups every 2 weeks within the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and we host them here, right? And so Yum was really gracious enough to give us space here, and so they donated the space because they love the mission of what we're doing. But on top of that, we would not be able to do any of this if it wasn't for our great volunteers. We have like 30 plus volunteers that are all donating time. So please, volunteers, wave your hands, let everybody know who you are. Y'all didn't have to do this, but the fact that you did really goes a long way. I think everybody can appreciate that. As of the last time I checked, and I will check again soon, we have raised $7,331 for charity. All that will be going. The two charities, in case you're not aware that we're giving the money to, number one is freecodecamp.org, nonprofit. Obviously, everything they do is to make accessible resources for people that are trying to break into tech, learn already in tech, trying to gain new skills. The second is St. Jude. And so when the reason why that one even came up, a member of our community, his daughter had leukemia, and he went to St. Jude in Memphis, and the daughter's still getting treatment there right now. And that's totally stuck out to me. And obviously I'm from Memphis, right? And so St. Jude is in Memphis, and I started looking at some of the things, and their essential goal is to make sure any child that comes in there, the parents aren't footing the bill, right? And so when I started looking at some of the numbers, it was very compelling for me. And for me in particular, I was looking at one number that said $141 pays for all the platelet tests for 10 children with cancer, right? So it's like $141 I've never heard stretch so far. So it kind of made sense that this would be one of the major organizations that we donate everything to. So 50% of all the money that we raise will go to Free Code Camp, and 50% will go to St. Jude. If you still feel compelled, interested, you can still go on the website. You can buy any ticket, and that will still be counted towards the donation. We're going to give the donations at the end of tomorrow. So anything from now until then, if you feel compelled to in any way, shape, or form, whether you're attending online or you're attending in person, you can give back, whether it's $5, $10. We had a very large donation coming last night, which is why I don't know the current total of what we raised. But I woke up this morning to an email saying someone donated $1,000, which is wild to me. You don't have to be that generous. If you have the ability to, sure, it goes a long way. But if you can spare $5, I look at $5 the same way I look at that $1,000. I think every single, you're not compelled to do this. And one thing that was asked was, we have a couple different ticket prices. For this conference, we have $30 tickets, $60, $100, et cetera. The only difference between a $30 ticket and a $100 ticket is the amount you want to give to charity. Nobody will have any difference in experience. I know we gave out a couple free tickets as well. I think like 40 free tickets to people that necessarily couldn't afford it, whether they lost their jobs or something along those lines. Registration had no idea that you were a free ticket. We're not here to diminish your experience. Your food is still covered, all that good stuff. So around 11 a.m., we'll have all the volunteers go pick up the food that we'll be having here. And lunch will be served around 12 o'clock. So that'll all be out in that hallway over there. So if you were there, a couple logistical items to kind of go over. We are not allowed in the main lobby or the other side of this building, right? They've given us the entire east section. And so if you haven't gone yet, we have 3 rooms because we're 3 tracks, right? We're Java, JavaScript, and Cloud. This is going to be the main JavaScript track room. It'll be the bigger room of whatnot. But if you follow the hallway, there are signs that tell you that you can go left or right. Don't exceed this. Please respect those and follow those. And the other 2 rooms are on the further, I guess, left side of this area. So you'll follow the winding hallway and you'll lead to those 2 rooms there. In those rooms, to give you an idea, We have some really great talks. I kind of will say a couple right now. Like after this, we have Mark Texan, who is actually building the next generation of web apps today. That's going to be at 10 a.m. Let me look at my calendar real fast just to confirm this. Yeah, so, and then we have a Java talk at 10 a.m. For Devin Coyer. Devin Coyer will be giving a Java talk at that time. Yes. The schedule doesn't have everything up to, oh, I see now. I was confused for a second. All right, so then we have Devin Coyer doing understanding inversion and inversion of control and dependency injections. And then we have Kevin Griffin doing the talk. When I saw the title, I was like, this has to be the first talk for the Cloud Track today. My $8,000 serverless mistake. I was like, that's the best name for a talk I've ever heard. So kudos to you. I'm putting you on the spot. On top of that, if you haven't already, there are schedules with all the times of all the talks at the front desk. Please get one if you need that. All the talks obviously will be streamed, so anyone online can attend to any of the talks on the Dow Software Developer Group Discord channel, not Discord, YouTube channel. And we're using our Discord. And if you're in this room, I highly recommend joining the Discord as well. It's very active, the Commit Your Code Discord. So if you go to the conference website, you'll see a Discord link and you can join from there. I also want to give a big shout out to tomorrow's keynote speaker. We have a keynote speaker that joined us, Tim Banks. Tim, do y'all know who Tim Banks is? Yeah. Yeah. I was super geeked out that he agreed to even be a part of this and come down here. He has over 20 years of experience in solving problems and delivering solutions. The way he approaches problems, and from what I've seen from him over the years, has been nothing short of incredible, if I'm being honest. He is also a brown belt in jiu-jitsu. So we were just kind of talking about this in the hallway. You can heckle if you want. He will snap your stuff. Take your shoes off, put a rolling mat down, yeah. So to give you an idea, this is a community-based conference, right? Everything that we do as far as our meetups and of course this conference, it is 100% focused on the community. And so none of us, we try to monetize this in any way, shape, or form. One of the biggest things that kind of got me excited about this was the number of people, and I think, have you all seen the speaker list? The number of speakers that have donated their time to come here, they foot the bill themselves, right? We didn't have a budget to do this. To give you an idea, again, because I've said everything that we're doing, we're publishing publicly so everyone knows. We are running this entire conference, if I'm not mistaken, off of $11,000. That is it. That 100% on everything. Yeah, seriously, woo. I think so. It is extremely tough to do something like this on that budget. I feel like we've done a really, really good job. And to be honest with you, we added extra complexity because I did not give us the time we needed to really execute this at the highest level possible, right? To give you an idea, I've been speaking at conferences for years. I love doing it. I think it's a great experience. And I had gone to a conference. I won't say which one because I think they're amazing, right? But I had gone to a conference, and when I came back, I was at one of our meetups that we did, and someone said, it's my dream to go to that conference. Like, I've dreamt to go to that conference, and I can't afford to go. And what got me super interested in that was the fact that he was a senior developer with like 7 years of experience, right? So it's not someone who's a junior that's trying to break into tech, or someone that's like, oh, I just started learning how to code last week and I want to go to a tech conference. This is someone who's established in the field that can't afford to go attend a tech conference. Now, for me, a lot of y'all may kind of figure this out about me. I'm not really money driven in that respect, right? So doing a conference where we can make a ton of money, that never really attracted me. That's why I never really had the incentive to do it. But doing one where we could say, okay, we're making a very large impact. We get to give everything to charity, but we're making educational resources accessible to everyone and giving them an experience. I think that's incredible. To give you an idea, online and in person, 77% of the attendees all work in tech. 48% of the attendees have never been to a conference a day in their life. So we have a very interesting dynamic where professionals are being able to come to these events and attend online when they've never had that option to do so previously. So there's going to be a lot of value. I'm very big on value for time, so I wanted to make sure that if you're coming down here, it's worth your time. I feel like there's a lot of value in the talks that we selected for this and the speakers that we reached out to and had reach out to us. We have everyone you can imagine. We've got some people here. To give you an idea, at DSD, Dow Software Developers Group, that's the name of our meetup group. At DSD, we do a cohort program, right? And our cohort is completely free. essentially the idea is you have to be past the stage of a beginner, right? You can't have just figured out what an array was and you're like, oh, how do I map this and stuff? No, you gotta be a little bit further than that, right? But what we do is we put 6 to 10 people on a team. They're being guided by a professional software developer in the industry, and they're building a project that's actually worth talking about. And we've had quite a few people land jobs in tech out of that one. One of which is one of the speakers that we have today, Yoon. I want to give her props. Yoon is, for the lack of a better term, an absolute badass. Yeah, I don't know if she's here yet or not, but Yoon is a badass. One of my favorite people around. Yoon went through the cohort program. She ended up getting a job at NBC Universal. And from NBC Universal, she came back and she led one of the teams in the cohort program. And several people from that landed jobs. And then on top of that afterwards, she came and she's giving a talk either today or tomorrow. I can't remember now. If you look at the schedule, you can probably figure that out. But so I'm really, really excited to see her talk. And I think it's her first conference talk ever. So that's a big step for her too. So please, if you get a chance to show kudos there, do so. I would also ask all of y'all, please, code of conduct. We're all grown-ups. Let's act like it, please. You know, I don't think anyone needs to handhold you and tell you how you're supposed to act. Don't disrespect folks. If you do, Tim will talk to you. But seriously, there should be no reason why anyone disrespects anybody, makes anybody feel uncomfortable, or sexualizes them in any way, shape, or form. We're professionals. We're all in here, whether we're trying to grow our career or to establish our careers. Please do so effectively. Now, one thing I really want to touch on, because we were talking about this yesterday. For those that don't know, yesterday we had a happy hour with a lot of the speakers, right? And there were a lot of great conversations that came out of the happy hour. We had a really good experience with it, if I'm being honest. I had some great conversations for myself as well. But one thing that kept coming up is, you know, we were talking about how people that are new to a conference, 48% of the people attending, whether it's online or in person, have never been to a tech conference. And so I kind of want to give you like a little bit, something to think about, right? And so this conference is a little different than others, because if you look at the schedule, we have dedicated times for open networking, right? So my hope is to give y'all some ideas, attend some talks, and as you're attending the talk, start thinking about it. And then when you get to the open networking, you get to try out whatever ideas you got, right? But then some of y'all may thrive in it, some of y'all may do great with it, some of y'all may suck at it, right? That's perfect. If you suck at it, that means when you walk away, you'll be like, okay, this didn't work, this didn't work. Audit your actions, right? But we have open networking again tomorrow. So that's another opportunity. Tonight, by the way, I've already announced this. I've sent out emails. Apparently, a bunch of folks haven't gotten emails on this one. We are doing a social hour. It's not even an hour. We're doing it. Someone called it a social hour, and ever since that's been stuck in my head. We're doing the Commit Your Code social tonight. We've invited the entire conference, from sponsors, speakers, attendees, you name it. We're doing it at Legacy Hall. It's about 2 minutes from here. It's a great venue. There's like 30 restaurants on the bottom floor. We've got some drink tickets, not a lot. So whoever gets there first, you'll get there. And I'm going to announce like part of the reason why we're able to do that. But that's also another opportunity, again, network, talk to people, make relationships, make friends. The biggest point of a conference, in my opinion, is twofold. The value you get from the talks, the connections you make along the way, right? When I think of networking, I'm not in there saying, here's my PowerPoint, how I'm gonna save you 15% or more. Like, no, that's not gonna happen, y'all. When I think of networking, I'm like, oh, you like React? I like React too. Or, oh, did you see that talk from Kevin on the $8,000 serverless mistake? I don't wanna make that mistake. Did you take any takeaway points from that? That's networking. Because over the repetition of time, as you get to show your ideas, talk about things, people find a level of trust that they can have in you. And that if you keep doing that over time, that's where your connections start coming from. So you don't need to think of networking as, how do I sell myself, or walking up to somebody like, oh, I need a job, can you hook me up? They're not gonna do that for you. But to me, and I'll kind of establish this a little bit, my entire career genuinely comes from just being active in meetups. I think I owe every single thing to that. That's the reason why I still do meetups to this day. I don't know who could benefit from it. All that networking was me going to a meetup every single week or every single month, whatever that repetition was, and showing a project and telling somebody, hey, can you tear this apart? What's good about this? What's bad about this? And then they'll tell me how to fix something. And now, because they gave me time, I reward it by actually implementing that thing. And when they see me at the next thing, I'm like, that was a great idea. I implemented it, worked out great. You're totally right. Over time, so on and so forth, they see your progression. And so that's effective networking. I've got people even in this room where I'll talk to them every once in a while, right? I don't talk to them on a daily basis, weekly basis, but they came to the event, they came out, they hung out, they're here with everybody, right? A big portion of that is just straight up networking. And so networking doesn't mean we're on the phone every single Saturday having a good conversation. Networking is you're just geeking out with somebody on something that you're interested in as well, and hopefully that yields something favorable for you, for them, for everyone, right? For me, my first year trying to break into tech, I went to 52 meetups, right? I did like a whole collage. People think that's crazy. I was going to any meetup within like an hour and a half radius. And Memphis is not a tech town, y'all. Like they do barbecue, they do it great. I always joke, like when I showed up to Memphis, I was wearing a size medium. It ain't medium anymore. But Memphis is a fantastic city. And there's a lot of compassionate people in there. To be honest, one of my closest friends, Lawrence Lockhart, he's gonna be giving a talk here too. That's how I met him. And I've said this before, I said it last night, I'll say it again. Without Free Code Camp, I don't think this conference would exist. I don't think I would be up here. I don't think I'd be at my current company. I don't think I would have been at AutoZone. I don't think I'd be Google. I don't think I've been at any of those places. Free Code Camp changed my life. And for me, it's like the idea of writing your first line of code in 90 seconds got me hooked. And then if it wasn't for people in meetups, I don't think I would have stayed with it. Those communities, those relationships, that support group, that changed everything for me. And so when you're networking here and thinking about things, I want you to think about what makes you worth talking with. And I don't mean from like a technical standpoint or a positional standpoint. When I think of networking or even like at a conference, you should be having a lot of like 3-minute conversations, right? There's a lot of people in this room. There's a lot of people at the event. 3 minutes. What can you say in the first 30 seconds that actually piques their interest? What can you say? And so for a lot of people, they'll come in there like, hey, I'm Danny Thompson. You know, I'm a junior software developer trying to break in, and I use React and Node. It's like, that's cool, but that doesn't really tell anybody anything about who you are, right? Like, that's also my qualm when it comes to like portfolio sites. If you're trying to break into tech and you have a portfolio site, the traditional YouTube portfolio site that people push is like, you have your picture, you have like this one line about me, you scroll down and you just see a bunch of pictures of their repos of projects that they've built. That has told me nothing about you. If you've gotten to the point where you have somebody who's interested to actually check out your portfolio site, where are the images of you at a meetup? Where are the images of you at a community event, at a hackathon, or hanging out with some developers, or maybe you got 4 people at a coffee shop and you're working on something together? Those are the things that you want to be talking about. Get people interested in who you are, then talk about the tech afterwards, right? Talk about like what stack you know and things like that. So if you go to my YouTube channel, because a lot of people were confused how to do this, I actually recorded, I'll take one step back. When I moved to Dallas, Texas, I was excited for Dallas. And then I looked on LinkedIn and I was like, who do I know in Dallas? And I had 0 first-degree, first-level connections with anybody in the city of Dallas. And I started freaking out because in Memphis, I had the best network going, right? Like if somebody came to me and was like, I'm trying to get a job in tech, within a week, we would have 15 interviews for them, right? When I came to Dallas, I realized I knew nobody. So the second day I was here, I was at a meetup. And it was a Free Code Camp Dallas meetup. And it was 5 people meeting up at a brewery. And I was like, that's really cool, but where do the tech talks happen? Or where does this value happen? And we just kind of helped out after that. And we grew it to what is now Dallas Software Developers Group. But when I was looking at the meetup scene here and kind of seeing how I was not really knowing anybody, people sometimes get intimidated with the idea of meeting people at a meetup. So I ended up going to a GDG Dallas meetup, which is a great group, especially if you're Android focused. They do a lot of mobile development there. I recorded all of my intros to people that I have never met before. And so I literally firsthand with my phone recorded me walking up to them. So if you don't know how to walk up to somebody, I did it in every way, shape, or form you could. I used good intros. I used terrible intros. I used everything. And you know what? Every single person in that video is still in my LinkedIn DMs to this day. So you can be terrible at this and still excel really well. You don't need to be like a master salesperson to convince someone to have a conversation with you. And what's funny is I was at a Firebase meetup. And I walked in there and I recorded with somebody like, hey, you know, that meetup was great. What was the takeaway that you had? Then I walk up to another person like, oh man, Firebase sucks. And they're like, what? And they're like, but the start of the conversation is different, right? Obviously, gear it towards your personality. But honestly, if you've got some questions on how to do that, that video is like 2 minutes long if you want to get some inspiration, I guess, or whatever. The other thing that I'll say, and this is a big one, I really want to give a shout out. If you haven't seen them already, they are on our website page on the front of it, right? But I want to pull this up. I need to really give a shout out to one thing in particular. Doing this conference was probably one of the most humbling things that I've ever done, mainly because I underestimated a couple things. It was way harder than I ever cared to express in the English language or any other for that matter, how hard it was to get sponsors for this thing. When I said the word charity, everybody ran. So it's definitely giving me some things to think about if we decide to do this again. I have no clue if we're going to do it again or not. If we do it again, you can't ask me now. Everybody's asking me if we're going to do it next year. If you ask me right now in this moment, there's no way in hell I'll ever do this again. It's been a logistical nightmare. But give me a couple weeks, a couple good nights of sleep. Maybe I'll change my mind. We'll figure that one out. But we'll definitely announce it in January if we do. But every sponsor that has sponsored this event has made a very unique and special exception in order to do this. One thing that I learned, because again, this whole conference is about being transparent. One thing that I learned about conferences is most organizations plan a year out whether they're going to sponsor a conference. I thought giving 3 months notice was super generous. It was not. And so to give you an idea, for those that don't know, by the way, I decided to do this conference in end of August. So that is what, since end of August till now, that has been the whole prep for this thing. Every conference organizer that I've talked to, and I've had some great conversations, has said I was absolutely out of my mind, and they're right. Like now knowing what I know now, it definitely makes sense. To give you an idea, a good friend of mine who honestly didn't start out as a friend, I ignored him in the beginning. Clark Sells for that conference. Does anybody been to that? Yeah. It's a great conference, great unique organization. When Clark first reached out to me, I was like, this is the dumbest name in the world. And so I completely ignored him, right? Because I was like, I don't know if this is a scam. I've never heard of that conference. What is that? And then someone mentioned it to me to check it out. And I was like, nah, I'm good. And then Shashi over there mentioned it to me. And I was like, okay, like if he's going there, there must be something there. And we've become very good friends, so much so that he literally sent me a video message this morning saying, if it goes bad, you couldn't have changed it anyway. And I'm like, you're right. But like that's kind of the way that we talk back and forth, right? Like he's giving me a lot of great advice. And so if you see that conf, I highly recommend checking that out. It's a great family-focused conference. They let you bring your kids there. They do it like a resort and this and that. Highly recommend checking that out. But he was giving me insight in how to try and get sponsors. He even introduced me to some. They all said no. And what's funny is I've done sponsorships with social media where we did it for ridiculous sums of money. And I'm like, surely they're going to throw money at this. Because for us, our sponsorship rates are 95% cheaper than the average tech conference, right? I've been looking at prospectuses for some conferences where they're charging 30 grand for entry-level fees, like the lowest level, 25,000, 30,000. Ours is 1,500 bucks. I was like, for us, only thing we have to cover is food, right? Nothing else really matters for us. Like we have some things like we had to rent a couple cameras and stuff like that. But outside of that, that's all our cost. Like we're not making money off of this. And so many people said no. So I really want to give some very particular special shout outs to the people that made this happen. Number one, Yum Brands. They donated the space to us that we're in right now. So please, big shout out to Yum Brands. They really took a massive burden off of our shoulders to make this one happen. Like it was a very big one. The second big shout out, I shouted them out yesterday, and I got to shout them out again. This is a very big shout out. And for those that don't know, by the way, I am a director of technology at a company called This.Labs. Has anybody in here heard of This.Labs? Yeah. I like them a lot, you know. No, but seriously, yeah, it might be somebody in the room. No, one thing that I will say is our CEO, Tracy Lee, for those, Tracy Lee right there, I said this there, please, get me a raise, y'all, get me a raise. No, I said this last night. I've been doing meetups and events for 6 years, and I have never, ever had someone that I worked for ever show up to one of my events until now. And what's funny is when I announced this, she was even saying like, are you going to be okay doing this thing? She was giving me advice too, which was very valuable at the time. But she said, if you need me, I'll be there. And within 3 minutes, she's booking a plane ticket. Like, I've never had a boss ever do that. For those that don't know, This.Labs is a tech consultancy. Yes, please. She deserves all that. This.Labs is a tech consultancy. We solve a lot of great problems. We work for a lot of great players like, Google, Microsoft, Wikipedia, Stripe. we're all over. So if you've got a tech problem that you need help with, we could be there for you. We have some phenomenal developers. So big shout out to them. They made a lot of things happen for this conference. So really want to give a big shout out to them for real. Two other companies I need to make, actually 3 other companies, even though they didn't come in at that tier, but 3 companies I have to give very big shout outs to. One is Grafana Labs, one is Pieces for Developers, and one is Empathy Ops. These 3 really came in above and beyond compared to any other organization. Like Pieces for Developers, they really came in really well. They went above and beyond. They had to make some like crazy special exceptions in order to sponsor this one. And Grafana Labs really went above and beyond. They were a big reason why we were able to get the food that we've got coming. They covered a lot of the expenses for us. And Empathy Ops, by the way, is one of the big reasons why we're even able to afford the social tonight. So big shout outs to Empathy Ops. Marino right here is with Empathy Ops. Marino, yes, please. And I'm super geeked out because I've been wanting to meet Marino for a while now. So for the fact that he not only sponsored, but he flew down here on his own dime, that's gravy to me, you know. And then I really want to give extra shout outs. AppWrite. AppWrite covered a lot for us to be able to do this, especially logistically, they covered a lot. We have tomorrow that we'll be giving away 2 AppWriter mechanical keyboards. They're phenomenal. I use one at home. They gave us 2 of those to give away. And I believe if you sign up, you get like some cloud credits or something like that. So check out AppWrite. I'll be honest, I've used them in talks. I've used them in freelancing projects. I'm a big fan of AppWrite. I've talked about them for about 1.5 years. I've been a brand ambassador for them. I'm no longer a brand ambassador, but I still like them so much that I will talk about them for free. So there is that. Highly recommend checking them out if you haven't. And everything that they do is open source. Their Discord, if you've ever looked at a technology tool, has to be the most on-fire Discord I've ever seen in my life for a tech tool. And what's crazy about it is when I first got introduced to them, I was like, oh, are they giving this because like I have some little following on social media? Like, or is this what they do with everybody? And when we send people from our community to use their tool, they're getting the exact same help. They do a weekly office hours. You got a problem? Jump on the call. They'll help you solve it in real time. Their team is actively in the Discord. They'll jump on a call with you to help you debug. I've never seen a tool do something like that. So highly recommend checking it out. Their entire team is phenomenal. Huge shout outs. I think he's here because I saw him. Dennis? Yeah, right there. Dennis Ivy's here with AppWrite. So big shout outs to Dennis. And for those that don't know, Dennis is kind of popular on YouTube too. So check out his stuff. He's really great, especially in the Python world, but JavaScript as well. Phenomenal at it. I also want to give a shout out to First United Bank. They're a sponsor for today, as well as one extra big shout out, LogicGate. They came in, they helped out, and I mean, 2 of the volunteers work there, and they're being paid to kind of be here. Like they didn't have to use PTO for that. So big shout out to them. They were able to contribute in that way. And of course, Eric Anderson, by the way, is with Yum. He works at Yum, so you know he's one of the big volunteers here. So big shout outs to them, please. All right. So last couple things, and then we're gonna start getting into networking and whatnot. But please, you know, I love, and of course, you know, every conference you go to, there's the hallway track, right? If you decide to hang out in the hallways and talk to people, just try to keep it at a level where you're not disturbing any of the tech talks. You know, obviously it's gonna be disrespectful to the speakers and anyone attending if you do so. So let them get their value for that time. But we have our social little area over there. And of course, anywhere in the hallways, you guys can hang out, but please don't pass the signs that say don't cross them and things like that. The other thing that I'll say is, Tim Banks actually kind of shared this on social, like the snack section. So if you haven't gotten snacks, highly recommend doing that. For me, I've always been at conferences and I've said, man, you know, so at least for me, sometimes you get nervous, you have nervous energy and you're like, man, I wish I could munch on something. And so that was a big reason why we went above and beyond trying to get as many snacks as possible. So you'll find snacks throughout the area. You don't have to purchase any of it. It's all there for y'all. Maybe you're a nervous eater, you want to eat something, it's there for you. Maybe you got nervous energy in your hand, you want to hold something, that's a great way to do it. We've got water to make sure everybody stays hydrated at this thing. And it doesn't cost anything. So that's all there for y'all too. All that good stuff. But honestly, and oh yes, this is a big distinction. If you see any of the volunteers, a lot of them have already been given instructions. You can go to them for any help in any questions or comments or confusion. They have a little bit different. Their badge is brighter green, and they have a green lanyard. So it should be easy to spot them compared to everybody else that has a darker green badge and a black lanyard. So if you need help in any way, shape, or form, please find any of the volunteers. They're here for that. They want to help out in whatever way that they can. A lot of the volunteers are doing it in time blocks, but I guarantee if you walk up to somebody and you ask them a question, they're going to be more than happy to help you out in whatever way that they can. A lot of the volunteers literally went above and beyond to be here, so I'm truly appreciative of them. So if you're a volunteer and you're here, thank you, seriously. I don't think we would have been able to cover as much as we did without y'all. So from me to y'all, thank you. Yes, please. Now, I guess let me open this up. Does anyone have any questions, comments, concerns, feedback? Please. There is Wi-Fi. If you look at the schedule, on the top and the back, there's the Wi-Fi password and network. And also, if you feel inclined, please resist the urge to hack this place. Like, they hooked us up, right? We want to be able to come back, so please. Yes. Restrooms, great question. So there's one restroom here in the social area. There is another set of restrooms on the other side where the other two rooms are. And so you'll be able to go to the restrooms in those spots, yes. Medical emergency 911. I could try, but I don't know if ChatGPT is the best way for me to debug that situation. So yeah, any medical emergency, 911. We won't be mad. We want to make sure you're taken care of. So there's that. Anything else? Any other questions? Yes, go for it. For those online, he asked if I'm going to do it next year. If you ask me right now, hell no. So ask me in a couple weeks after Christmas. I'll have a better idea. Okay, if it's in Dallas, Tessa will help me. Perfect. Yes. Yes. So thank you for reminding me about that. There is a photographer that will be here. For those that need headshots or want headshots, they will be here for 2 hours giving completely free headshots. You'll get a free headshot. So if you're trying to get a job or you're trying to look more professional, you don't have to spend anything for that. They're gonna do that. So we're covering that. So please, they're gonna have a booth outside where it's set up. I believe they're gonna be here in about 20 minutes or so. If they haven't already gotten here, are they here? They're here. So perfect. They're set up. And so after this and in between sessions for 2 hours, if you need a headshot, go for it. We want to make sure people are getting everything that they need to look presentable in the workplace. Yes. Danny. I'm clapping for myself too. And I need to make one extra shout out, by the way, even though they're not like an official sponsor, but I want to give a shout out to Torque. They've been very helpful. They've been doing a lot of stuff. Some of my favorite people are there right now, like Taylor Desson. I love that guy. We've been friends for a while now. One random LinkedIn comment led to years of friendship. So that just goes to show, man, just talk to people. But shout out to Torque as well. Even though they're not official sponsors, they've been doing a lot. So big shout out to them. Anything else? Yes. Oh, yes.
Just a reminder that the code of conduct also pertains to the service workers. You know, everybody working there, whether they're clean back or that, if you're rude to them, you're gonna fuck up.
Yeah. For those that didn't hear Tim, I'll reemphasize the code of conduct also applies to any of the service workers or volunteers here. If you are rude to them, he's going to take care of you. So you go for it, Mark.
No, so sorry. No, I just had some feedback I wanted to give.
Yes.
It's a really great conference, and everyone's so nice. And I just think you should just kind of like know about that, and just think about that if you do it next year.
Yeah. That you know, I'm gonna take that feedback to heart. For those that didn't hear it online, Mark Thompson said he had some very harsh feedback from me. He's having a good time, and so hopefully next year I'll think about that and try, you know, take that feedback. But yes, honestly, we tried really hard. I know we're probably gonna miss some stuff, and please let me know. We'll try and figure out whatever we can, but honestly, we just want to keep doing events that make people happy and bring the community together. And so that's a big part of what we do, right? And so, and with the spirit of community, because we do this at every single meetup, and I don't see why we shouldn't do this here. At the end of every single meetup, we bring all the attendees together and we take a big group photo. And so since this is the end of the keynote, I feel like everyone should just come up to the front and let's take a big group photo together. And we kind of go that. Yeah, let's do that. Everybody, please. I'm gonna turn this mic off now. And for the online attendees that are online, we're going to be taking a little break for a little bit, but we'll be back with all the tech sessions after this. All right. Hey.
Some experience in blockchain. If you want me to share my thoughts, during the
You can always try and do like a meetup or something.
I'm not sure of company, so I didn't want to.
Yeah. I don't know if we have. Yeah. I'll try and keep it in mind. I don't know if we have any openings in the schedule, but for sure. Yeah. All right. No, don't end the stream. Just, they know what's going on. Yeah, just leave it on, leave that on. And let's take a group photo. Trees, everybody, please.
All right, friend. Well, so can we get this lowered just a little bit because this is like, I cannot stay still. I refuse. I refuse to stay still. Okay, can I get this lowered just a little bit though? And is there any option on that? Because this feels really loud, right? Yeah, it's a little intense, and I already talk loud. When you pull away, your arm naturally, and then it'll sound like this by the end of the talk. All right, friends, so here's what I can do. Actually, I can make this work. If you can hear me comfortably, well, actually, here's a different way. If you're having a hard time hearing me from where you're sitting, raise your hand. If you're having a hard time making out what I'm saying. Another way you can help, the screen. I got a lapel on. So to help me help you, can I get you just to move a little bit forward? And we got to get started because, yeah, there's other people after me and they've been working really hard. So if you can just move a little bit forward, just to be with me, to be connected with me, I would really love that. Oh, thank you so much, friends. All right, my name is Mark. I am so thrilled to be here. And here's what I need. I'm a very needy speaker, and you're going to learn that throughout today. Now, if you can, rub those hands together for me. I want to hear the sound like you didn't use any lotion this morning. Go ahead and do that for me. And then on the count of 3, we're going to do what I call a thunder clap. It's one giant clap together. 1, 2, 3. Didn't that feel like thunder? Didn't that feel like thunder? That felt good, right? All right, friends. So you're awake, right? That's what I'm saying. Now you're awake. All right, friends, let's get this party started. So we're going to be talking about building the next generation of supercharged web applications. And I know what your first thought is already. Why is that title so long? It's a super long title. That's because the story is really interesting at this point. The story is very interesting as engineers, as developers. As my good friend Joe just mentioned, this talk does have something to do with AI, because AI is here and you really can't avoid it. Even if you try, you can't avoid it. One time I was at a park with my, at the time, 6-year-old, now he's 7. We were at the park, and then literally one of the other parents came up and said, "What do you think about artificial intelligence and ChatGPT?" Unprompted. Did not know where I worked, did not know what I do. But it's so pervasive that everybody's interested. Everybody wants to know. So you as developers, what does that mean for you? You see, even though the software development is changing, some things are staying the same because users still want powerful applications. Still, that's what they want, powerful applications. And while AI is here, anyone who's ever used AI, either to build an application or as a part of an application, raise your hand for me real quick. Told you I'm very needy. I need you to do a lot of stuff. Okay. You know that this statement is true. AI does not solve all of your problems. But this isn't a talk to try to dissuade you from using AI. This is a talk to let you understand that the picture is bigger. Okay, the picture is bigger. I'm going to give you a recipe today that you can take with you in your careers. This is what you should do next. A lot of people are looking for guidance. They want to understand what to do. This is what you should do next. Follow this recipe. And if it doesn't work, I'll give you your money back. An application, a supercharged application, the next generation of applications needs to have performance, good developer experience for you, but you also need those AI smarts. And friends at home, I am sorry, I keep moving, and you all are like, could he stand still? I know it, and I'm not. But I care about you, so I'm gonna try to stay within the camera angle. You just tell me if I'm going too far, friend, and then I'll come back. All right. So let's talk about developer experience, because you are the developers. And you can't build the next generation of applications if they are hard to build. If you're not having a good time building, you will not be able to build the next generation of things because you'll be too busy fighting with your tools. Now, I didn't give an introduction to myself, but I'll tell you what I work on. I work at Google and I work on a tool called Angular. So this recipe is general, but it'll be in the flavor of Angular. Just like on Thanksgiving, everybody gets mac and cheese, but it's a little bit different depending on where you're from. But it's still mac and cheese. Okay? So this talk is in the flavor of Angular, but the principles, the ideas can be used for everything. Well, I'll just tell you a little bit about our story. Developer experience. This is the first thing we used to hear all the time. Oh, wait, let me go too far. Okay, stay right there. I see y'all. I care about you. All right, Angular is hard to learn. Everybody started laughing because you're like, yeah, we know. Tell me something new. I came to learn new information. Right, but it's true. It's a true story. We heard this. So then we started working on it. This is a lot of code. It's very small on purpose. I want you to see the scale. I don't care so much that you can read it. I want you to see the scale. This is what it used to take to make a hello world application. So of course, people did not want to use it. You see all this code and you're like, why? Why, Google? Y'all got something better to do? We do. We made it to this same application. Somebody said, woo, I like that energy. Get that person, let me get that. I told you I'm needy. So I want y'all to clap for me and make noise. I like that energy. We made it to be less code because the developer experience has to be better for developers. We have to unlock you to be able to build the next generation of applications. Now you can read this even as a non-Angular developer and get a general idea of what's happening. That cannot be true. We started a little bit late. He said, I got 10 minutes left. I'm just 10 minutes in, baby. All right. I'll try to move somewhat faster, but not really. Okay. If you want to do something like conditionals in your templates, this is very complex syntax. It made sense to us and to Angular developers, but as we started to grow, became just harder to reason about. So let me read this to you. If means if, like show this conditionally. If this person is a human, show this component. Else hashtag post on Twitter. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Oh, okay. So that's a variable that then you can go and show this template, which will show that thing as an if else. If you are having a hard time following what I just said, that is totally understandable, and we understand it. So we made it like this now. Everybody can read this. If, then do this. Else, do this. Else, do this, right? Much more logical and easier to reason about, friends. So thank you. Angular's all right. I hear some people's minds like, I'm not leaving React. You can say all you want. I'm not leaving React. I'm not leaving Vue. Excuse you. That's okay. I'm not trying to convince you. But I just want to show you more about building things to make the developer experience better. Because guess what happens? Everyone thinks, anybody seen the 70s movies, The Warriors? You know, where it's like all those New York street gangs come out. And everybody thinks that the frameworks teams are all like street gangs. We see each other and like dip our fists in glue and glass, like, come on, Svelte, let's get ready. Like, that is not what it's like. We all work together and we talk to each other. And in talking to each other, we all start to center around a really good idea. It's the idea about reactivity in your applications. And you see this in Svelte with runes. You see this in Angular. And I will talk about that a little bit. He said, I got 10 minutes. And there's no way. There's just no way. They says, you know, we had this idea of automatic reactivity, but it's problematic at scale. Because here's the idea. Here's what we thought. Why should you worry if you update your data and your application would update the screen? In React, you have to do what? Set state, right? Or use a hook or something, right? In Angular, we're like, we're gonna be fancy. You just change it, and then we'll update it ourselves for you. So we had this thing called a zone. So anything that happens in the zone, if it happens inside the zone, then we will automatically make it work. But guess what the problem was with the zone? Problematic at scale. As your applications got bigger, it got harder to understand when things went wrong. So we brought in signals. Now, signals is this idea that you have a box with some data in it, and whoever cares about the data state, they'll be notified if it changes. So think about it when you ever have your family come over and then you're like, call me when you get home. You just left my house, call me when you get home. And then they never call. But In this case, they actually did follow through on the call. Same thing with signals. You say, hey, I care about your value. If it changes, let me know. And that's what a signal does. So you see signals, one of the first frameworks to put this into place was Solid. Solid was all over this. It's a good idea. So guess who else is doing it? Felt is doing it. Guess who else is doing it? Angular's doing it. Why? It's a good idea. And nobody wrestled to do it, right? Like it's a good idea. We all talked. All right. I got to speed a little bit through this. I apologize. I don't want to speak over the next person's time. I want to honor their time. So I'm going to go a little bit faster, okay? But you got your three primitives. You got your signal. That's your basic value. I'm skipping a lot of stuff. I got something cool I want to show you. All right. You got to compute it. Think of a computer like this. If you have multiple signals that you care about, if either one of them changes and you want to create a new value, think first name, last name, and then full name. So the full name is what? Based on your first name and last name. When would your full name change? If your first name or last name changed. See, my voice is losing from talking so loud. All right, we're okay. So that's like a derived value. All right, so that's another way that signals work. So that's my idea. I gotta keep it going. I apologize, friends. I'm gonna link all these slides in case you want to go through it a little bit slower pace and you want to look at some of the code examples, okay? I got them all linked at the end. All right, now you got effect that if you care about something changing, but then you want to react to that change with some type of functionality, you want to perform a behavior, do a side effect, then you use an effect. So those are kind of like the three building blocks upon which the new modern reactivity is built. Now for you, why is this a part of the next generation of apps? Think about what you can build if you're not focused on managing state. Think about the streamlined applications if all you know is that everything that updates, you'll be notified. Think about the reduction in complexity. I almost said complexivity. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's why I had to slow down. Complexivity. Think about the reduction in complexivity. I'm gonna get a t-shirt, y'all can buy it. All right. All right, complexivity.com. All right, let's talk about performance real quick. Here's an interesting thing. Your users do not want to wait for your applications. Now, if you are someone who's looking into, getting into tech, you're trying to build new stuff, the thing I'm gonna tell you, think about performance, right? Think about the best practices of performance up front. Don't think about micro optimizations, right? Micro optimizations means that you're trying to squeeze out the last 100 milliseconds before you even know it's a problem. Good performance is just putting in best practices up front. What are some best practices you can do? Lazy loading. Lazy loading means give me the thing that I will need when I need it, but not before I need it. Not before I need it, right? So we were like, hey, what if you had this example where I have a load recommended movies button. I click that button, and then I could load this component. You can write what you want. I'm not going to follow. Stop it. He keeps showing me signs. He can write what he wants. You need to just erase that, brother. Letting you know, just erase it. I'm not following. All right, so how could you do that right now? What does one version of the story look like? If you have better lazy loading, so now we have this idea, you click this button, and this deferred syntax means this at the template level. In a lot of frameworks, when you're trying to do lazy loading, you got to do that, at your router level, and you got to do a lot of configuration. This is just in your template. You can say, if you click on this button, then load the recommended movies. But then you have other loading states that you get to take advantage of. Okay, different loading states. All right, I got to keep going. So somewhat honor this man's time. I appreciate you. And then you can go even further. Okay, but again, I'll show all this to you later. All right, you might say, Mark, this all sounds good, but are people actually using, are they benefiting? Well, Build.com did. They put this in their applications. They use Angular, 50% reduction on their bundle size because you're not shipping the unnecessary code until you need it. That's a pretty significant thing. So as you're thinking about the next generation applications, smart performance optimizations in the beginning benefit you. They benefit you. Hydration is another idea. Hydration is this idea that I could send you a fully rendered page. You get a fully rendered page, but no JavaScript interactivity. Why is that important? Why is that interesting? Because your users don't want to wait, right? And the perception of speed is important to users. It's really weird. Look, because here's a perfect example. If you do not put a loading spinner on a website, a user will think your site's not doing anything. And they'll think it's very slow. It could be the same exact site with a loading spinner. It's like, man, this is fast. Yeah, and then it increases other unwanted interactions like extra button pushes. So hydration gives you that really quick, not interaction, but a really quick perception of speed, where you get a fully rendered page. They can't interact with it directly yet, but at least they see something and then it can set their expectations what to do next. So if you're in Angular, it's actually quite complicated to add hydration. So I want to walk through this for the next like 15 minutes. You add this line and then you add hydration in your application. Okay, that's it. I know it was hard, that's right. Virgin 02 Media was like, hey, we'll try this out. We'll see if you all are actually telling the truth about it. And then they saw a 72% reduction to their largest contentful paint, right? Because it was fully rendered when it got there. Because remember, your client-side applications, what do? They download the whole bundle and then they render the page in the browser. That's happening right there in front of them. But if you can send them the rendered page, that's actually quite powerful. All right. But what if you could take it further? So think about the next generation. So again, we're talking about like future style stuff, right? So I just showed you how to take a whole application, the whole page. But what if you want a small part of the page? And you wanted that to be hydrated later. Let me show you something real quick. This is magic. This is magic. We made something called incremental hydration. Now, this is straight up magic. This is a web page. You see when the color interacts, that's when that part is actually hydrated. Right now, hydration works where once you start hydration, the whole page gets hydrated. We created technology where you can hydrate parts of the application on demand. Yeah, thank you. It is nice. Yeah, this is from the future. Thank you for clapping. Somebody acknowledges the clap. Yeah, oh my gosh, thank you. Thank you for the impromptu clapping. That's so nice of you. So nice of you. Okay. So better integrations. I'm going to skip this part so I can get to the part I really want to show you. Okay. I just showed you all the stuff. Let's talk about the AI smarts. Okay. And then I know you said I have 5 minutes left. Give me 2 minutes. Okay, fine. I'm going to get there. Fine. All right. The AI story is really interesting right now. I will tell you what I think is interesting for AI. Okay. So I care about this. Could we use AI to do things beyond human scale? One of my favorite examples is like people who are using AI to scan, millions of MRI scans, right? To do early detection of disease. See, that's interesting. That's super interesting. You don't take humans out the loop, but then you could probably prioritize cases that may otherwise have gone undetected. That's life-changing stuff. You see, that's interesting to me. Here's what's interesting, right? You can simplify some of your coding. There are some things that once you know how to do it, it is okay for it to be auto-completed for you, right? Because then your skills become, okay, I'm thinking about the design of the architecture and not just the actual syntax, all right? I think that's interesting. Here's another interesting thing. What about generating dynamic UIs using using AI, like a dynamic UI, something that changes based on your preferences and your needs as a user. Think about accessibility changing as a part of AI. Right? Like, see, that's interesting, but you know what's not interesting to me? Replacing you. That's not interesting. But the thing about the future of application development, I want you to know what you are capable of. So let's get super practical. I made this app. I'm going to show it to you right now with my 30 seconds left. It's fine. 3 minutes. Okay. I got this application because I love Duolingo. Believe it or not, my Duolingo streak is 2,952 days. It's true. Yes. I haven't missed a day in almost 7 years. I'll tell you about another day. That's like, I don't want to time. But I made an app. I was like, hey, I don't have all the engineering infrastructure to make Duolingo app myself. But how could an LLM help me? I'm going to show you how it can help me. All right, somebody do me a favor. Oh, ooh, that is scary. That ain't what I wanted. Oh, man, y'all got me messed up. Who did this? Okay. That was good. Okay, somebody who speaks a language that is not on this list, yell it out real quick. German. Who speaks German? Don't be playing because I'm about to test you. All right, I'm going to type in German. Now, German was not programmed into this application. None of these languages were, right? I built the stuff around it, and then I used the LLM as a super API to create something that I wouldn't have the time to create on my own. All right, what does this word say? Okay, good. Wait, I'm just kidding. No. Hello. Okay, let's see. All right. Oh, she like, I'm serious. Okay, if you're just choosing the first one on the list, I know you're tricky. Okay, continue. It's, well, okay. What did you say it was? Okay, you're welcome. Why is everything the first one? This LLM is not helping me. Yes, I knew that. Come on. Which one is this? He. But you know what's really interesting? Now, this is what's really interesting. I know. I'm there. I'm there. I'm there. I'm there. It's not my fault. Y'all started late. Don't. You can wave your hand like this. That means keep the party going. All right. Here's all I'm going to say about this, and then I will wrap it up. I will wrap it up. I got you. I got you. I didn't program any of those languages into. I didn't program this. I don't even know Klingon, right? Who? How do you know that? Okay. Okay. Look at. Here's the workflow of a next generation app, right? You got the client app, then I have my server app that's calling Gemini API, just like you would call a REST API. Well, you see how much value I got from the LLM when I was using it in an interesting way, right? Like to ask it to generate the data. Let me show you what the data looked like. See, this is the data that was returned to me. How did I ask it to do it? I said, return it in application/JSON format. So then it behaves just like an API. See, what I'm trying to show you is that instead of ignoring LLMs or just using them to like replace work and do all kind of stuff, there are cooler ideas out there for you to do to build the next generation application. I built this demo in a day, right? And that's not because I'm smart. I am very smart, but that's not because I'm smart. It's because I'm using the tools to build the next generation of applications. Okay, I'm going to skip all of this because they even sent Danny in here to get me off the stage. It's really incredible. But remember, think about performance. Okay, think about developer experience. Think about building AI smarts into your application. I'm going to tell you something. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. AI is artificial intelligence. But I don't care what happens. I want you to never forget this one fact, that you are already intelligent. So no matter what you build with, no matter what you build, you just get out there and go build some great apps. Thank you all for your time. Those are the slides. All right. How bad was it? I mean, like how many minutes did I go over? The fact that y'all
Oh, nice. All right. All right. Is the mic on?
Like right here.
Oh yeah. That might be better.
Yeah.
Let me try it. Oh yeah. Sounds better to me. I might need to adjust a little bit, or maybe I'll turn this way. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. Looks like everything's working here. Are you in the right room, first of all? This, yes, 12 principles for AI for coding. And it feels a little bit scattered, so if you could kind of come closer, I would appreciate it. Like, these two blocks, basically, and come to the front, don't be shy. Oh, Leon's here. Who here is 100 devs? Cool. Yeah. All right. I think we have, we're supposed to have about 25 minutes. We'll see how much time we actually have. And, I can totally give a full talk. I am definitely, ready to do that. But, I'll see how the room feels, and then I'll play by ear, basically. So before we get started, I want to learn a little bit about you guys. Who here is a full-time developer? Full-time developer, about half of you. Front-end, mostly front-end, some back-end. And who here is in the process of getting into tech? About half of you. Nice. Shout out to you too, Elder. And who here uses AI regularly for coding? Interesting. Not all of you. About 2/3 of you, I think. I'm curious why you don't use AI if you don't use it regularly. If you don't want to answer it, maybe you'll have, Oh, go ahead. You used AI to make your presentation tomorrow? You had to what? Almost all the code working with AI. Cool. All right. Anything else you want to say? All right, go ahead. It's scary. What's scary about AI for you? Just like the unknown, right? Yeah, I mean, the scariness of the unknown is, I think it's pretty common. I've heard when tomatoes were introduced, they were kind of scary too for people at that time. Yeah, I mean, seriously, that's what I heard. I don't know if it's true. It is true. All right. Right. Yeah. So tomatoes were a risky thing. AI is the tomato of over our generation, I guess. Hallucination for personal projects or for professional projects? Both. Yep. Nice. So just to repeat that a little bit, basically asking questions about an unfamiliar language. Go ahead.
Like they said, log gap, or
Right.
I'm trying to query specific data, and it's saving me a whole lot.
Nice. PowerShell scripts. I've heard this kind of thing, before too, like SQL scripts, simple scripts, stuff like that. Admin stuff. Go ahead. Right. AI feels like cheating. I mean, that's fair enough. So before we get into the main talk, I think that's a good place to start actually, for I'm assuming you're a learner. Yeah. Your full-time, you said your instructor in course, or your supervisor. How many years are you into the industry? 4. That's interesting to me because I feel like after 4 years into the industry, I feel like I don't want to write this repetitive stuff, but I guess some people feel like it's cheating. That's interesting. Okay, so that aside, I'm just gonna get into it. It's good to know the audience before I give a talk always. And I think I have about 20 minutes left, but I'll try to keep it shorter than 20 minutes so that we have time for more interactive questions, answers, stuff like that. So let's get right into it. And I hope we're online as well. I don't know if there's anyone watching online, but if there's anyone here who's able to see comments, feel free to let me know that there's comments coming in. There's comments coming in. Cool. Good to see virtually everyone here. So actually, this visual is a visual that I created with AI that represents the original title of the talk, which was going to be chat-oriented programming in action. I think you can see that. It's the idea that chat is now can be the primary way to interact with code. And I think most of you have experienced it with stuff like ChatGPT or maybe Claude. But I feel like a lot of stuff out there, online and offline too, is just basic stuff, creating simple scripts or creating Flappy Bird. So I wanted to go beyond that. I wanted to give you the 12 most important principles for using AI for coding. Take out your notebook if you have a notebook ready, so you can write it down if you want, and we'll get started here. The first one, which is not part of the 12, is that your coding and software engineering skills still matter. Yay. Exactly. And you could also argue that they matter even more with AI than without AI, because the way I see it, AI is something that amplifies and reflects your ability. So if you're a great developer, you can even be a greater developer. You can be even more efficient. But if you're a bad developer, you might produce a lot of bad code with AI. So you want to be careful about that. Now, principle number 1 here is that you don't necessarily have to pay for any AI tool at this point. If your company pays for it, that's cool. If you want to pay for it, if you want to be serious about it, that's fine too. But you don't have to, in my opinion. And that's because ChatGPT gives you a decent amount of free usage for GPT-4o. There's a way to generate images for free, for blog posts or design docs, stuff like that. And there is a way to use Google's latest model for free as well, referring to the previous talk, right? And there's a way to use Claude, Anthropic's latest and greatest model as well, through something like SourceGraph Cody. Full disclaimer, that's where I work now. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is YK. I'm a developer advocate at SourceGraph, and I'm also a content creator and a software engineer, among other things. Another one that you might want to check out is called LM Arena. This is primarily a website for comparing different models' performance, but you can also use it to directly chat with one of these models for free, as long as you don't hit the rate limit. So feel free to try that. Principle number 2 is this formula for effective prompting. It's not that complicated, really. It is, it comes down to giving it, clear intention. What type of output do you want exactly? Do you want a diff, or do you want the whole file? Stuff like that. And then you want to provide a lot of context that's relevant, and you want to provide a lot of details. And on top of that, you want to go through a few trial and error to see if you can get the right results. Number 3 is that context is really king. And I say it partly because a lot of people like to and talk about and I think hear about prompt engineering. In my opinion, that's a little bit overrated. It does work to some extent. But in my opinion, if you manage the art and science of context management on top of prompt engineering, then you can be a lot more efficient. And that's much broader, in my opinion. And number 4 is that while you want to provide a lot of context, at the same time, you want to keep your context as short as possible. And that's because when the context given to any of these AI models gets too long, the performance starts to degrade. and there's a good study for it, a little chart here. The x-axis represents the number of tokens or the length of the context given, and the y-axis pretty much represents the performance. And this shows that the more tokens you give it, the longer context is, the worse each of these models performs. So those are principles number 1 through number 4. But I want to dive into a specific example that I experienced myself so that you can see how you might be able to apply it to your particular situation. And that comes from my personal experience of being at this conference called QCon in San Francisco. And while I was at this conference, I wanted to start organizing an event in Las Vegas, which happened on Monday. And I wanted to find partners. And the reason we were doing it in Las Vegas was because AWS reInvent, which is a big tech conference, was happening during this week. It's still happening. And I wanted to basically capture some of that audience. So my original idea was to go to the reInvent website. I would find the list of exhibitors, sponsors from the website, and then try to find the most relevant ones to reach out to for collaboration. And luckily, I was able to find a section of their website, a public URL that showed the entire exhibitor list, the sponsor list. And my original idea was to say, okay, I can just scroll through this entire list, screen record that part of the screen, and then upload it to something like Google AI Studio and ask questions about it. Like, can you give me a list of relevant exhibitors from this scrolled list? But I realized one of the principles is keeping your context as short as possible. This applies to coding, but this applies to general use cases too. And if you think about the video, the screen recording versus, let's say, the same list of exhibitors given as text, the text format would be shorter. That would consider shorter in terms of the context window, because the token count will be less. That will be much more compressed. So I thought, I want to go fetch that particular list in a textual format, not in a video format. And I realized, okay, principle number 0 is, your coding and software engineering skills still matter. So I thought, let me just right-click, inspect elements, edit HTML, and then I fetched this, entire HTML, the UL tag, and I said, give me a JavaScript script that I can run on the browser console to retrieve and print the list of the companies here. It didn't work the first time, but going back to, I think, principle number 2, I went through a couple of trial and error, and I was able to get the entire list. And then next step, originally I thought I can ask for the most relevant companies to the upcoming event. But I also realized, hey, I'm at this conference, QCon already, and what I like to say about AI is that with the advent of AI, Control A and Command A are your friends, because you can just copy and paste the whole thing, give it to AI and say, here's a list of QCon sponsors, not even cleaning up the whole thing, right? And I said, here's a list of reInvent exhibitors. And I said to Claude 3.5 Sonnet, in this particular case, give me the common ones. And it did it, pretty much one shot. Not 100%, I still needed to ask a couple questions like, are you sure about it? Can I double check? I still needed to, try a few different models. But still, by combining these, 4 or 5 principles, I was able to get the result I want. And I was able to just basically go downstairs, I was able to find those exhibitors and just talk to them directly. So I'm going to dive into the second example here before going into principle number 5 through 8. And that is this project that I started to work on recently. That's a project that would turn whatever text I select on my screen into a natural voice. And I wanted to do it because sometimes I don't want to read a long wall of text by myself. Sometimes I just want AI to read it for me with a natural voice. And I didn't know anything about it before going into this project, like which models to use and stuff like that. And obviously AI is a great tool for doing research in an unfamiliar area. You want to start with broad questions like, is this even possible? What model should I use? how should I, determine what models to use and stuff like that. And then you want to go deeper and deeper, like, what's the difference between this model and this model? And, should I use cloud or should I, do everything locally, stuff like that. But eventually, when you use AI for research, you run into this wall called the cutoff date or the knowledge cutoff date. Who here is familiar with that concept? Some of you. So what it is it's the last date of the training data for your particular AI model, whatever you use. So AI doesn't know anything that happened after that day, what happened yesterday, what happened last month, and stuff like that. So to get over that hurdle, what you want to do is you want to use what's called a RAG, retrieval augmented generation. That might sound complicated, but you don't have to know, exactly how it works under the hood, because there are popular tools like Perplexity. Some of you have probably used it before. That does it for you. And the way it works is you ask a question, instead of having it having the AI model answer it directly, what Perplexity and others do is they fetch the most relevant pieces of content from the web, give them to AI, and says, based on these web search results, can you answer the user's questions? So that way, AI doesn't directly know what happened, let's say yesterday, but it's able to supplement that. Perplexity is a good option for it, but there are a couple of other good options. ChatGPT and Google AI Studio being the ones I recommend. They have different strengths when it comes to their free versions, emphasis on the free there. ChatGPT is pretty smart when it comes to AI smartness. Perplexity is great for retrieval, retrieving content from Reddit, YouTube, and stuff like that. Google AI Studio is somewhere between. What I recommend is whenever you do research, let's say stuff like, oh, should I use React or Vue for this particular project that I'm working on? I would ask 2 or 3 of these tools so that you can get second opinions and third opinions. And once you have a specific piece of article that you want to get into, through one of these tools, chances are you'll find, let's say, a Medium article that you want to go into. You might not be sure, if it's worth reading word for word. What you can do is you can just copy and paste, like I said, Control-A, Command-A, copy and paste the whole thing, give it to AI, and have it summarized for you. And then you can ask follow-up questions, like, you gave me this information in this summary, but where is it coming from exactly? Can you give me quotes from the original article? Or you can say, I see this piece of code, but can you explain it line by line so I don't have to copy and paste everything blindly? So those are principle number 5 through number 8. We have 4 more to get through, but how's everyone feeling? Great. Awesome. So I'll give you 2 choices. I think we have about like 5 minutes, something like that. So do you want to do questions or do you want me to go through everything here? Questions? Go ahead. If you have a question. Go ahead. All right, so number 1, you don't have to pay for anything. So first of all, disclaimer, it depends on your situation. If you're concerned about like privacy, security, stuff like that, it might make sense to pay. But if it's for a personal project, what I would do is I would start with ChatGPT, honestly, and then once it runs out of the GPT-4 usage, I would switch to Google AI Studio. That's pretty much what I do. And if you want to use SourceGraph, that's an option too. Yeah, go ahead.
Curious, who still have language model locally?
I think running local models is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I just don't have it in this list. And I think the reason why I don't have it is mainly because of the performance. The best performing models, the 3 are the best ChatGPT models, the best Gemini models, and the best Cloud models. So that's what I tend to stick with. But if you want to run a local model, that's totally cool too. All right. By the way, if I get cut off, feel free to watch my YouTube video for the last 4 principles. It's on CS Dojo. I already recorded it for you guys in a way. But anyway, any other question? We got 4 minutes. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have
Right. So that is a tough question for me to answer because I work at one of the companies that offers an encode editor assistant. But I think I can give you a quick overview. So Copilot is like some people say it's like an industry standard. It's pretty good for what it is. People tend to say it's well, when I ask people about their impression of Copilot, they tend to say, oh, like it's fine, it's decent. That's what they say. And then Cursor is, it tends to be, I think, a little more expensive on the expensive side, but it has a lot of like advanced features. I think Codium is, they tend to sell themselves as a free option. So if you're just looking for a free option, that might be a good option. And then I think there's another one, Tab9, that sells themselves on security, privacy, stuff like that. Amazon Q, Amazon Whisper, I don't even know like how they're combined together, but they seem to sell themselves on like entire software development lifecycle automation. And Source Graph Coding, where I work, is more about being able to understand your entire code base. Yeah. Go ahead, Leon. Right. So the question, just to repeat it, is like how do you think about the context size? How do you make sure the output is good? It's all about experimentation. What I would do is just provide as much context as possible. I can show you a little demo here if you guys are interested. So what I like to do sometimes is I like to, let's say this Hacker News thread, right? It's a long comments, like a lot of comments. So what I would do is I would just copy and paste the whole thing, go into Google. I don't work at Google, but the reason why I use it sometimes is because it has huge context window, and then I say like summarize this. If it works well, I think that's fine. If it doesn't, what I would do is I might ask follow-up questions like, are you sure about this? And then give me the exact quotes so I can just command F, Control F, and find the exact quotes from the original. Or I might try to give it parts of the prompt, instead of giving it the whole thing, and see if that works better. Just a lot of experimentation. All right. Any other question? I think we actually have a couple minutes, but we can wrap it up early. Oh, 2 things I gotta show here. So like I said, you can just Google CS Dojo and find the 4 other principles, the last 4 principles. But 2 other links I wanted to show. I'm just gonna jump over here, right here. If you're more interested in using AI for production code base in particular, I did a podcast episode with Danny, Tracy, and a couple other people from this.media. So feel free to check that. And if you're more interested in accelerating your career with open source and AI, whether you're more of a beginner or an advanced software engineer, feel free to check the link on the right. And thank you so much, everyone. All right.
You give me the signal. Okay, we're gonna get started. Right on time. We're gonna get started. Okay, welcome. My name is Aaron Francis. I am going to it's part descriptive. I'm going to try to tell you how to publish your work, change your life, and it is part history of how this has actually happened to me. So we're going to talk about a lot of stuff. First, who am I? I am a historically a Laravel developer, a developer educator. Yeah, Laravel. Thank you. All right, better than I expected. I primarily teach databases. So we have a course on Postgres, mastering Postgres, high performance SQLite, and then I also teach a course on how to make really good videos. My whole life is just making videos, and so you can find me all over the place, primarily on Twitter. I have moved to Blue Sky, and it's kind of nice over there, but I still spend a ton of time on Twitter. Oh, Blue Sky fans. So you can find me there. More important than anything listed on that screen is this. I'm a twin dad 2 times over. We have 2 sets of twins. So I have 2 3-year-olds and 2 1-year-olds. So if you think that it's a miracle that I'm here, you are correct. This is my wonderful family. I do not share pictures of kids' faces, but I want you to see just what a nice, like, we all look alike, so I may just please don't tweet this one. This is our family. So that is our beautiful family, and there are a lot of good sponsors here. I need to thank my sponsor that allows me to do everything, and that is my wife. She's at home. My wife is a stay-at-home mom, and there's a 0% chance I would do any of this. So thank you to Jennifer for being my sponsor for all things. Okay. This is what I'm going to try to convince you of. This is my hypothesis. Publishing your work increases your luck. Each word was chosen very specifically. This is what I'm going to try to prove to you today. Hopefully I will be successful, but I am going to try to prove to you that if you are in the habit of doing work and talking about it, opportunities will come your way. Opportunities over which you have no control will come your way. If you talk about something enough, you become known as the person who is really good at that thing. If you talk about databases enough, like I do, people start to think of you as the database guy. That's just how it works, and things start to come your way. So we're going to break this down into 3 different parts: publishing, work, and luck. And we're going to start at the end and work backwards. We're going to talk about luck here at the beginning. For the purposes of this conversation, I'm going to define luck as something unexpected and good. Unexpected and good. In our little world, unexpected and good can manifest itself in a bunch of different ways. It can manifest itself as someone reaching out to you proactively and offering you a job, or reaching out to you and saying, hey, do you want to be on my podcast? Or it could be your open source library starts to gain traction out of nowhere. That's unexpected. That's good. It could be that you come to a conference and make a bunch of friends where you have previously felt pretty isolated. That's unexpected. That's good. It's also outside of your control. I cannot force somebody to offer me a job. I cannot force somebody to adopt my open source library, and that is frustrating. I like being in control. I am no longer in control because I have 4 children, but I like being in control. And it's frustrating that these things are outside of our control. But my postulation is you can increase the odds of these things happening. Let's talk about work. So this word is, I left this word intentionally quite vague. Work, you get to decide. You get to decide what the work that you share with the world is. My work happens to be a lot of like database stuff. That's going to look different than your work, which is going to look different than their work. It all looks different. You get to decide, but I'm not gonna leave you high and dry. So I'll give you a few places you can look, but it is ultimately up to you to decide. A few places when you're thinking, okay, I got to publish my work. What is my work? What does that mean? What is my body of work? What do I want to be known for? You can consider your curiosity and you can consider your expertise. Okay, so these are two places as you're trying to decide, what am I going to put out there? Let's talk about these two things. Let's talk about curiosity first. Your curiosity will pull you in directions that are totally wacky, that make no sense whatsoever, that are truly bizarre. And I am begging you, please, please, please do not play it cool. Okay? We have enough people that are playing it cool. We have enough people that can't be bothered. We have enough people that don't care about anything. I don't want you to play it cool. I want you to be excited. I want you to be passionate. And I want you to show that publicly. People play it cool because they think being cool is a virtue. Being cool is not a virtue. Patience is a virtue. Being cool, not a virtue. So when you are pulled by your curiosity into something that is truly bizarre, but you're excited about it, don't go online and pretend to be cool. Go online and actually be excited. Because you know what people want? They want to see people who are flourishing. They don't want to see cool people. They want to see people that are excited, that are passionate, that care about something, anything. So you follow your curiosity until it takes you into a very weird place, and then you go online and you don't be afraid to share it. I want to talk about my friend Andrew. Andrew, open source developer, has a bunch of projects, fell a little bit behind on his GitHub issues. Cast no stones, because who among us, right? So he fell a little bit behind on his issues. And being the curious fellow that he is, he thought, what if I did something totally awesome? What if I bought a thermal receipt printer like they have at restaurants, and I hooked it up to the GitHub API, and then anytime a new issue was opened on the GitHub API, order up, a new ticket comes out. Yes, chef, we have a new issue, right? Delightful. Insane, but delightful. And not just a thermal receipt printer, a developer's thermal receipt printer, decorated with West Boss stickers. We must, right? I love this. Absolutely delightful. You know who else loved this? Literally everyone. Everyone loved this. Puts it on Twitter, goes crazy. The tweet makes its way to Hacker News, sits at the top of Hacker News, and people were nice on Hacker News. That means everyone loved it. And all he did was think, man, wonder what if? Follow your curiosity. Do not be shy about it. People want to follow people that are excited. Andrew was excited. I'm still talking about it today. Curiosity, nights and weekends, sometimes at work. When you're at work, you are going deep into your expertise, right? We need people that are curious. We need people that are experts. Oftentimes, those are the same people. Oftentimes, that's how you end up an expert. You spend too much time going down a rabbit hole and you come out the other side an expert. We need people with expertise. So inside of work is a great place to look for, what am I an expert at? What am I an expert at that I could help other people understand? And I hear you say, I can't share anything that I do at work. Understood. Just because you can't share everything doesn't mean you can't share anything. You could share takeaways, patterns, things you learned, things you ran into. I'm not telling you to open source your work's repository. I'm telling you to look at the work that you're doing and consider, what am I learning here? Where am I going deep into my expertise? For this one, we're going to talk about me. This is great. I didn't have to memorize this part. I just have to remember it. This is easy. So I told you early on that I talk a lot about databases. That is true. That has been true. That will remain true. I like databases. I was not, I was good at it. I wasn't great at databases. I enjoyed it, but I didn't have, I got my degree in accounting, for goodness sakes. What do I know about databases, right? And so I didn't have that expertise. And I thought, you know what exists? Books. Books exist. What if I bought a bunch of books? What if I bought a bunch of books and I read everything that I could read about databases. In one of those books, I found a pattern for paginating records using limit offset without incurring the limit offset slowdown. And I know the crowd's going wild. Everybody wants to hear about that. We'll talk later. But listen, I found it incredibly interesting. And so I wrote an article. I wrote 3,000 words about something that doesn't really matter. But I was interested in it. I was super interested in it. And I wrote 3,000 words about efficient pagination using deferred joins. And if that's not thrilling, I don't know what is. But here's the thing. This is still, I wrote this a few years ago, this is still the most trafficked blog post on my site. Because I spent a weekend diving into my expertise and I came out the other side and thought, why is nobody talking about this? This book was written in 2004 and it still works. Why is nobody talking about this? So this tweet did great, sat at the top of Hacker News. But here's the thing. I keep saying tweet and Hacker News. We're not optimizing to get fake internet points at places that don't matter. That is not the goal. Getting fake internet points is nice, makes me feel good. More importantly, it shows me directionally what people are interested in. That's helpful. But if I optimize my life for getting fake internet points at places that don't matter, I've wasted my life. Vanity of vanities to care about internet points. That is not what I'm optimizing for. Feels good, but that is not what I'm optimizing for. And if I do, I've wasted my life. What I'm optimizing for is a body of work that speaks on my behalf, that brings these DMs to my inbox. This is what I'm optimizing for. I cannot make this person, Sam Lambert, who is the CEO of a company that until very recently I was employed at. And how do you think I got that job? That DM from that article. Somebody sent it to somebody who put it on Hacker News, who saw it, who sent it to Sam, and Sam sent me a DM and said, can we chat? I said, sure. And he said, do you want to come do the exact same thing you've been doing, talking about databases on our behalf? That was unexpected. That was good. I didn't control that. I increased the odds of it happening, but I didn't control it. But listen, it doesn't make you invincible. Same job. We're not optimizing for invincibility. I got let go. Half the company got let go. I am not invincible. You know what I am? I'm resilient. This is my calendar the next week. I got let go, and I put out one tweet and said, guys, I got let go and I'm embarrassed. I need to know what's next. And because I had been putting myself out there, there were people who were ready to help me. I'm not invincible. I'm a lot more resilient because I have a body of work that speaks on my behalf. You may be thinking, that's a great strategy. It's a great strategy, Aaron. I don't have anything to say. I would love to publish my work, but I don't have anything to say. I'm going to challenge you on that. I think this is a very common thing for a lot of creative people, and I believe that what we do is very creative. I believe this is a common thing for creative people at the top of their game to look around and say, everyone's an expert. The stuff that other people are saying is valuable. The stuff that other people are doing is valuable, but not me. Whatever I do, everybody knows that. Oh yeah, I did a thing, but of course, everybody knows that. I'm going to challenge you. I'm going to challenge you to look around in your community, look around and see what other people are sharing. Did you already know that? Have you already learned these things that other people are sharing? Are people not sharing things that you're learning on a daily basis? There's your opportunity. There's your objective proof. People are hungry for what you have. Listen, you have forgotten the years of struggle that it took you to get to where you are today. And you have forgotten that there are people behind you that want just a little bit of what you know. There are people that want to be you. They want your job. They want your career. They want your life. They want your knowledge. And you've forgotten that they're back there. People want what you have. The thing you might think is there are a lot of people talking. There are a lot of people publishing. There are a lot of people talking. There are a lot of great voices. There are a ton of great voices. You know whose we're missing? Yours. We need yours. You have something to say. You have a unique set of life experiences. You have a unique background. You have a unique way of looking at things. We need your voice. It seems like doing the work should be the hard part. You've done the work, right? You wrote the blog post. You made the open source library. You designed the thing. You made the video. Now you just got to push the button. Ah, what relief. Wrong. This is the hard part. This is the hard part for me. This might be the hard part for you. It is easy for me to do the work. It is easy to sit alone in a quiet room and do the work. It is hard to put it out there. It is hard to expose yourself to criticism. It is hard to be vulnerable. It is hard to open your work up for feedback. And it is hard to do that on the internet. The internet can be a cold, mean, and horrible place. It can be a delightful place full of connection. But you never know which one you're going to get. You put it out there and you have no idea. This is the hard part for me. So the question is, what do we do? Right? If we're afraid, what do we do? There are parts of every part of this talk I can't do for you, especially this one. I will tell you what I don't think is the answer, and I don't think the answer is just ignore it. I don't think the answer is use your powerful brain to act like the fear doesn't exist. That might work. I don't know if it's healthy. I don't know. It might work. Doesn't work for me. I'll tell you what did work for me, and maybe it will be instructive for you. Until 4 years ago, my greatest fear was what other people thought of me. To be frank, I did not want people to laugh at me. I did not want to be embarrassed. That was my greatest fear. I didn't want to be embarrassed. And so it kept me on the sidelines. I'm not sharing work because if I put work out, then people might say something. If they say something, that might be embarrassing. Therefore, I don't have to put anything out there. I started to realize, however, I was watching friends get jobs, speak at conferences, go on podcasts, make other friends, and I started to grow bitter. I was watching these people get the things that I wanted, and I thought, why not me? Why not me? I can do work like that. I've done it before, but nobody knew. Nobody ever knew because my fear was keeping me out of the game. And so I realized, I remember where I was sitting. I remember who I was talking to. We were outside. I remember which way the wind was blowing. And I had a realization. I had two paths. There were two paths forward. I was growing bitter, and I knew that I had two options. One, I could never share anything, and I knew that I would reach the end of my career with my ego fully intact. Nobody ever laughed at me. I knew that I would reach the end of my career bitter and full of regret for things I had been too scared to try. And so suddenly the options were literally be laughed at, potentially, on the internet, or die full of regret. It's a pretty easy option at that point. The trade-off doesn't seem so bad. I do not want to reach the end of my career and have the overwhelming feeling as I look back, think, I wish you had cared less. I wish you had tried more. So suddenly, it became very easy. It became very easy because this other fear was way bigger than potentially being laughed at by people I don't even know. And so I took the second route and I started sharing everything that I was working on. Literally that day, night and day, I started sharing everything. And the entire world opened up before me. Every single thing that I have gotten since then has been a result of this, and every single thing has surprised me. I can draw a straight line, and I will, from March 2021 when I decided, this ain't it, I gotta change, to where I am today. From March of 2021, when I was practicing putting myself out there and I made some dumb little tweet, and I'll show you what it is, to getting laid off, and now successfully running our own company. I can draw a straight line. This is the dumb little tweet. And I want you to note how dumb it is. Why is there so much jargon? What is this guy trying to say? What does any of this mean? And here's my state of mind at the time. I thought, that's a pretty good tweet. You really did it. This was a response to a guy called Jonathan Rennick. He was looking for some help for something, and I was like way down this expertise rabbit hole. And I came up and thought, oh, he knows exactly. I mean, this is probably not news to him, so I don't need to explain it very well. I'll just tell him what he already knows. His response, what does this mean? I have no idea what you're saying, but maybe could you help us? And why? I know something that other people don't know? This guy who I look up to is like, I have no idea what that means, but will you help us figure it out? Holy, total perspective change here. And so that was the moment when I realized, wait, maybe I have something to say. So the dumb little tweet turned into an open source library. Using my new practicing sharing muscles, everything I was doing with that open source library, I was tweeting about, making little videos, writing blog posts, etc. Somebody that ran a meetup saw it. The package is called Sidecar, and he said, hey, I've seen what you're doing. Do you want to come talk at a meetup? And y'all, I thought I had made it. I thought, this is it. I have been invited to speak at a meetup. My dreams have come true. This is it. He saw what I was doing and reached out to me and gave me an opportunity that I had always wanted. I took the video from that meetup and submitted it to a conference. And the guys that ran the conference said, sure, come on, big guy. And y'all, I thought I had made it. I thought, this is it. I have arrived. I thought, this is such a good story. What if I reached out to GitHub? What if I reached out to the GitHub README project and said, I've got a good story. Do you want to hear it? And they said, yeah, we want to hear it. And so I did a developer profile with the GitHub README project. And I thought, this is it. I'm the king of the world, man. This is it. GitHub reached out to me after that and was like, hey, do you want to write an article for us? It's like, yeah, I want to write an article for you. Of course I do. And I wrote an article called Publishing Your Work Increases Your Luck. And it killed. And I took that article, turned it into a talk at Laracon EU. I'm on the stage at Laracon EU, and I think this is the peak of my career. Shortly after, I'm hosting Laracon US, and I'm hosting Laracon US again, and now, y'all, I think I've made it. I think this is it. But I've thought that before. So I don't know what's going to happen next, but I'm not changing my strategy. My job is to do the work and talk about it, and we'll see what happens. That's not my responsibility. My responsibility is to do the work. That's my job. Do the work, put it out there. We will see what happens. It's nice to put up a timeline of all your wins. It's fun. It's like, wow, I won a lot. This is a 25-minute talk. That's why there are no losses on there, because we do not have the days required to talk about the losses. We can talk about this one, though. That's me on stage at GitHub Universe. Notice, GitHub Universe wasn't on my timeline. It's a good picture. I made it my Twitter header for a while. It makes me look very good. I love to point at people. Very, very inspiring, very powerful. This is not the full picture. Literally. This is the full picture. Those 3 people work for GitHub. They're event staff. It's not bad cropping. That's all the people that were there. That's it. Nobody that wasn't paid to be there is there. It gets worse. This is out in what they call the garden stage. People were taking chairs from the audience to turn it around to eat lunch with their friends. In the middle of my talk. In the middle of this talk, where I'm bearing my soul about my greatest fear in life, and people are like, what's going on here? Imagine a boy from Texas heading to California to do a big talk. You tell your parents, I got something big cooking. Tell your wife's parents. Jennifer, tell your parents. Tell your dad. And you get there and your talk is not on the schedule. And you think that's fine. It's live streamed. I'll tweet it and nobody will ever know that nobody showed up. You find out an hour before that your talk specifically is not live streamed. Everyone else's. And so I'm standing on the edge of the stage and the AV guy says, please welcome to the stage, Aaron Francis. And I'm like, who are you talking to? It's you and me, brother. That's it. There's no one else here. And at that moment, if the earth had opened and swallowed me whole, I would have been happier. This is going to happen to you. And it sucks. This is going to happen to you. No one is going to read your blog posts. No one is going to watch your videos. No one is going to use your library. This is going to happen to you, and you have to keep going. You did your job. This is not your responsibility. If you did the work and you put it out there, you did your job. Well done. If it flops, keep going. Do it again. Do it again. This is going to happen to you. You are not alone, but you did your job. You got to keep going. You got to keep going. It's very simple. It's very simple. You have to do things and you have to tell people. That's it. It's very simple. It is not always easy. It is not always easy, but it is very straightforward. Every time you publish something, you're going to be hit with a barrage of well actuallys. Well, actually, I've done this before. Well, why didn't you just use? That's one of my favorites. Why didn't you just use? Man, because I wanted to just use something else. You're going to be hit with a wave of criticism every time you publish it. But listen, for every vocal critic, there are 10 times as many people that are just quietly following along. There are 10 times as many people that are proud of you, sure, for the work you're doing, but proud of you for being brave enough to put it out there. 10 times as many people want your bravery to put yourself out there. And they're just quiet. They're just quieter. And one day, one of those people that has been quietly following along, hoping against hope for your success. Somebody that is on your team is going to reach out to you with a potentially life-changing opportunity. And you're going to think, wow, that was lucky. That was really lucky. Thank you.
Test, test, test. Can you? Is it here? Go ahead and mute it. Mute it. Are you connected to StreamYard?
Yes, I was. I am. There you go. Come on, that was pretty good. That's pretty good. It's true. It's a Gryffindor. Okay, cool. Let's see here. Sorry, everybody. I got to turn my jokes off because I got to actually start my talk here. So, but if y'all want these jokes, you're more than welcome to take them from me later. I have them accessible very easily. They're just Google, whatever the hell it's called. So, hey, everybody. My name is JJ Asgar. And we're here to talk about migrating a monolith to cloud native and the stumbling blocks you don't know about. Yes, first of all, I really do have the email address of awesome@ibm.com. If you know anything about IBM, that's really impressive. And actually, last week, I got awesome@redhat.com too, which is kind of fun. I'm a developer advocate. I don't know what that means anymore either, because, you know, developer advocacy means things to different people. And you can find me more or less everywhere, JJ Asgar, at JJ Asgar. I moved over to Blue Sky like the rest of tech Twitter, so I'm starting to show up there too. So you're more than willing to do it. Before I do this, though, I do need to actually have get a reason to be here. So if you wouldn't mind taking a QR code real quick, take a picture of this QR code and go to that website. It'll literally hit a number count so I can go back to my boss to prove that I actually did a talk in front of people. It's about AI, because that's actually what I focus on now. Something called the Granite model. If you want to talk about an actual secure, truly open source model that is not like our major competitors done by IBM, and we will put our lawyers into court for you if you are using it, which ChatGPT, Gemini, all them will not do, but IBM will. That is something that could be very interesting to you if you want more information about it. I will say, though, there's a lot more there, and that's what I do day in and day out, but we're not going to be talking about AI. We're going to be talking about cloud native. So first thing first, who believes they are cloud native right now? You don't count. Who still deals in the monolith in general? Okay, cool. So you're in the right room. And I do have a little saying here, which I'll start, which is, so your company has finally decided to move to cloud native. You've landed on containerization as your first step. You heard all you need to do was containerize your app and then push it to Kubernetes, OpenShift, or Nomad, or whatever, and the savings will just come. You've done this, and well, things haven't gone the way you planned, right? Like, some of the tech didn't do what you were expecting, which is weird. And what do you mean OpEx has gone up? Why is this thing so much more expensive now? Simply said, the promise of containerization or migrating to the cloud native ecosystem can be a lie if you don't do your homework. In this talk, I'm going to explain a few gotchas that a few enterprises under the guise of Asgar Labs went through while they were moving towards the cloud native world. And hopefully you'll learn from their mistakes. So when you start going down this path yourself, you won't have those same problems. I will say one of those enterprises is here in Dallas, or I guess we're in Plano, but we're here in Dallas, and they still have that problem, which is very interesting. But we can have a conversation at the social if you want. So what is Asgar Labs? Asgar Labs is a multinational tech conglomerate that bought hard into the VM ecosystem. They make ones and zeros better than anyone else in any other company. But in all seriousness, Asgar Labs is just the word I'm going to use instead of calling out that major airline company or that major car company that we all know exists here in Dallas. It's a fake company, and no, they're not hiring. That was supposed to be a joke, but nobody. Okay, there we go. Got a giggle. That's all I'm looking for. So what did Asgar Labs think they needed to do? They thought they just needed to take their migration from physical hardware or the data centers, co-location, to the VM ecosystem. Remember that whole movement back in the day when we had hardware and data centers and we were like, hey, that VMware thing's pretty cool now. It's not anymore. But there's a VMware thing. We can get more machines in there. Well, we already did that once. We can do that with containerization, right? Like that whole Kubernetes thing is just small VMs. Why not? Let's do it. Bare metal to VMs is the same as VMs to containers, right? Spoiler, it's not. So where do I come into these conversations normally, right? I come into this conversation when they've had a few, which I beg to differ, successful migrations. They're nowhere near where they thought they could be with the amount of time they invested they've had. And I come into that cloud native person who has who asks some simple but very hard questions that it seems that nobody ever asks. So let's ask those straightforward questions together and see where we can go. Believe it or not, it's shocking how many people don't actually know this. Who containerized your app? Like, was it the operations team? Was it the developer? Was there more than just a couple status meetings between each group of people doing the work? Like, when did y'all ship it? Who shipped it? Where did it come from? Like, you need to know what's going on. Until you have a working system, you need to know how that app was created and who containerized it. The next question is, why did you containerize this app, right? Like, was it because your CIO was in the plane and read the CIO magazine and thought it was the best thing to do? Or, were you trying to be next gen and not realizing it? You'd be amazed how many companies just don't know why they're going down this path. Like, it costs money to do this, right? And you need to understand, is it worth taking that engineering time? And we'll get to that in a little deeper later. Where do you plan on deploying your app, right? I had so many conversations with different enterprises that don't actually have a plan around where they're going to deploy their application. There's this company that starts with an M and ends with a soft, that if you use some of their products, they give you a lot of free credits to run on their cloud, right? Which is pretty cool. If you're a CFO, you're like, hey, we can do as much as we want. Well, the first one's always free, right? But now you're all of a sudden tied into this ecosystem, and it turns out maybe you're trying to do something that one of the other major clouds is better at, but you've spent all this time and effort building this containerized system in their cloud, and the uplifting moving over to the other better products is going to cost you an insane amount of money. And people don't think about that when they start going down this path. So you got to figure out where you're going to deploy this stuff. And my favorite question, that you'd be shocked on how many people just don't fucking know. What did we actually containerize? Seriously, like, what did we do? Did we just take a Java app and shove it into the Java container and expect that a WAR file is just going to work in there, right? This comes down to the actual architecture of what we've containerized. Asgard Labs took, well, the one that I'm actually thinking of, it was just an airline here in town, they took a WAR file. It could have actually been an EAR file, to be honest with you. And they thought they could just shove it into the Java Docker container and call it a day. This opened up so many conversations, right? Because when we start talking about how architectural changes happen with containers, you're putting a container inside of a container inside of a container in a running system. Like, it doesn't work that way because, again, containers aren't VMs. So let's look at some of the process that you're going to have to go through for architectural changes. This is where most companies think this is all they need to do, which is the replatform, right? Of course, I work for IBM, so, WebSphere has to be somewhere on here. That's a joke. Nobody's laughing. That's cool. But anyway, this is where most companies actually think as far they need to go. They just be like, take the thing, shove it in there, and go. But that's not true, right? Because there's a process to get to microservices, which is what containerization is designed to do. As you see, when you start taking and replatforming and putting it actually on the container, now you have to split out your processes, right? Because you have those two WAR files. Again, I work at IBM, so I have Java on here for a reason. I don't write Java, though, which is the funny part. You take the two WebSphere WAR files, you run it inside of that migrated app, and then as you see, you have like IBM MQ down there. So now you have the opportunity for all these microservices to start talking to one another, which is good. And then finally, you come to the strangler pattern, right? Where if you don't know what the strangler pattern is, it's when you start cutting down your monolithic app into smaller and smaller pieces. So now all of a sudden you have little functions that do all the little bits of work, which is really, really advantageous because it allows your people to focus on specifically that ecosystem or that feature instead of the whole app, which also means you can release that quicker, which means you can get to market faster, which is one of the main architectural advantages of this whole process, right? Is the ability to get real velocity out of this. Being able to focus on your own history for the different features instead of the whole history also allows people with the developers in general to have the situational awareness instead of having to know all the app and how everything talks to one another. Being able to focus on just a little bit allows you to work much better. But the problem on the disadvantage side of this is it requires a real level of high cooperation between teams, right? You have to build out advanced integration tests. You have to most likely have a completely different deployment system, which is really, really scary. Does everyone know what a CCB is? If I've heard that term, this must have been, I worked at Dell for a little while because I live in Austin. So obviously as living in Austin, you work at Dell at some point in your career. That was supposed to be a joke. The CCB was called the Change Control Board, right? Which is the group of people that would be like, hey, yes, we can release this thing. And I still remember this Change Control Board back when I was at Dell, where on Thursday at 4 o'clock, a bunch of senior VPs would come into a huddle room, which was like a room with 5 chairs around it, like a little small little thing. And they would literally do a thumbs up to release the code this weekend. And when I saw those thumbs up showing up, that means I was waking up at 3 in the fucking morning on Saturday to be able to release this code. Unfortunately, there's a lot of enterprises who do more or less that exact same thing today, right? They might not have everyone sit in the same room together, but they still need to go through all these. They need to talk to QA, they need to talk to the dev manager, they need to talk to the release manager, they need to talk to, all these people need to sign off to be released. That is very scary when you start moving into the microservices ecosystem or the cloud native ecosystem, because the whole point is it's supposed to give the power to the developers, which I'm at a developer conference, you know this, but you'd be shocked on how many people don't realize that this still stops people from doing the actual work. So you move all this way towards microservices and the ability to empower y'all, and then you still have your manager who's like, no, I need to see every single change that goes through. They might even not even be a technical manager, but they have to take that risk. So it's a cultural change that ends up happening along these lines. But wait, are we doubling up on things? So we decided to move down Kubernetes. And the Kubernetes has a load balancing side of it because we've got a bunch of microservices, right? That's exactly what it does. But our networking team has this F5 thing over here, right? So why do we need an F5 if our Kubernetes cluster does all the work for us? Or actually, it should be OpenShift. You should be using OpenShift because, Red Hat. Anyway, again, jokes are not landing at this at all. That's fine. But in all seriousness, yes, you probably will end up doubling up on things, right? Because you haven't done the audit to figure out what you could actually use or what you don't need to use. One of the great examples that I saw was actually the scheduler back to that WAR file. They had this Java stack where they were trying to spin out, when they ran batch jobs, they would spin out a scheduled job, but because of the container they had written and they'd shoved that WAR file into the container, the scheduled jobs would only show up inside that container. So all of a sudden, out of a 3-node cluster, 1 node would hit 99% utilization, and all the other machines were doing nothing because they leveraged the Java scheduler inside the app, not spinning it out as its own container to be able to level load against Kubernetes at the time. So think about that for a second, right? So they had 2 different schedulers, which is literally what Kubernetes is just a scheduler for pods. They weren't leveraging it because they were writing inside of Java. If they had spent the time to microservice out that scheduler part and those patch jobs, then they could have level loaded across that whole Kubernetes cluster, which would have utilized the product even better, right? Or the project even better, instead of having them spend hundreds of thousands of dollars of spinning up these massive Kubernetes clusters that only 1 node was actually doing the work. Does that make sense? Thumbs up? Did I lose everyone? Okay, cool. I know it's a little weird, and if I had a whiteboard, it'd be better, and if I didn't have 25 minutes, but you get the point. Isn't automation good here, right? Why is everything so complicated now, right? Like, it really is. Well, first of all, yes, right? Very much so. You need automation. There's so many moving parts in this world. You have to leverage automation to be successful. Computers if you leverage automation, computers will take away the human error-prone parts, which is really, really important because with all these different microservices, you need the automation to do the work. And then, honestly, yeah, your app has always been this complicated. It's just now we actually know it, right? Like, you're moving towards microservices. You don't have that, what was it, enterprise architect? Who has enterprise architects in the company? The one person that seems to know where all the bodies are buried on their apps. Yeah, this guy knows. This guy knows. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. That person no longer has that power because now you've just opened up the story to looking all the different portions. So now you can actually scale, right? But yes, it is complicated. And yes, that EA is probably going to be really pissed that all of a sudden their job security is gone. But that also means your business can grow. Because isn't that the whole reason why we're doing this, right? We're not doing this to like run Kubernetes clusters. Nobody makes money running Kubernetes. Well, IBM does, but that's a different conversation. Nobody actually makes real money running Kubernetes. They make money by running the app that makes their business successful, right? So it's better to have a scale problem with real people working inside of it. So a good friend of mine had this great comment, or when I went through this talk a long time ago, and he's like, JJ, who knows what a bull mastiff is? It's a really big dog. Who knows what a chihuahua is? Everybody knows what a chihuahua is. But this is exactly what we're doing. When we're moving from a monolithic app to a bunch of microservices, you had a bull mastiff, and now you got 13 yipping chihuahuas. And you've got to feed and care for all 13 fucking of them. And it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But on that same level, I stole this quote from someone who stole this quote from someone who, I stole this from Ken, a very good friend of mine, and this is more true than anything. We replaced our monolith with microservices, and every outage is now like a murder mystery. It's true, because if you do not have those shared contracts between the different microservices, the different logging systems you have, the different ways your application is done, when something goes pear-shaped, you're going to have to debug through that. And I'm an old sysadmin. I got gray in my beard. I was a DevOps professional for a very long time. I woke up at 3 in the fucking morning when the pager went off. Yes, I had a pager. And I would have to debug things at 3 in the morning. I could only imagine what it is, the equivalent of the SREs today, who when something goes pear-shaped for them, if they don't have those shared, trusted contracts between microservices, walking through this stuff must be a nightmare. So you have to sit there and build those trusted APIs that you know they are going back and forth. Again, that goes back to the original statement of you have to have that the coordination between teams. You have to understand that you have to work those ways, which is really important. So hopefully out of all this, you realize that it's not just a technological, I'm a professional speaker, technological problem. It's actually a cultural shift. Moving from the VM ecosystem to, or the monolith ecosystem to, or monolith systems to microservices, you end up building a real cultural shift. Who's all read the Phoenix Project? That is very surprising. Okay. There's an audiobook version of it, so you can, when you're working out in the morning or whatever, you can listen to it. If you are ever done ops work at all, it is triggering because we've all lived this life. But if you've never done ops work and you're just a developer, do yourself a favor and either listen to the audiobook or read the book called The Phoenix Project. It's basically Eliyahu Goldratt's version of The Goal that we all read in university, but with the IT kink. And it is a insanely powerful book that will tell you the story of how, if you leverage the correct way, or I should say cultural correct ways of communication, you can build so much powerful pipelines, which is one of the most important things, is you have to build that pipeline. We all use CI, right? Raise your hand. Okay, good. Everyone uses CD, right? You are all lying. Nobody actually uses CD, right? Like if you're doing continuous deployment, first of all, are you hiring? Because I really want to see that. But in all seriousness, like CD is great, but continuous delivery, that's scary, right? I get that. But at the same time, if you get to that point where you can trust the bots to do that work and have that level of pipeline, you'd be amazed at how many companies still don't do that, right? Still don't have CI to actually test stuff. And sometimes you have to build a massive infrastructure to do that testing too. Well, that's part of the job, right? So you need to work with that. I've talked about this already, but I'll reiterate. You have to learn to collaborate with other teams. One of the hardest things I saw with Asgard Labs is that the actual collaboration between teams were one of the biggest problems. They had some propaganda about, Scrum teams and tribes and shit like that. And people just kept wanting to do it the old way. Collaboration isn't just status meetings, right? It's more than that. It's being able to create those shared contracts for jobs and responsibilities. Jira tickets can only get you so far, but the ability to actually sit down and talk to someone. Like, there was one experiment that one of the companies that I wish I could talk about did that got really high up remarks, worked really well, which was that they had a bunch of microservices that they got through that point. But what they ended up doing is they ended up taking one person from each team and then shifting it to each one every sprint. This worked so well because now all of a sudden you had a brand new person for 2 weeks that you had to train on what that little microservice did, and they had to be able to be useful in those 2 weeks in that sprint. Now, the first couple times, it was bad, right? Like, it was just a bad experience for everybody because documentation always sucks. What do you mean I have to start installing Go? Like, there's things that are happening inside of this. But before you know it, after a handful of those cycles, all of a sudden somebody just slots themselves in, and then they're just working on the problem, not the language, right? They're actually engaging in it. And their velocity just skyrocketed, which was amazing. Now, I wouldn't be an ops nerd if I didn't talk about visibility and monitoring, because it's important. But you have to have something better than that single pane of glass. I know a bunch of companies sell single panes of glass out there for information, but you do need to understand that you need to have good visibility and monitoring, which is important. And getting close to the end here, because I realize I only have 3 minutes left. How do the economics of using cloud native differ than your data center? You need to have a real conversation with your CFO. As you start going down this path and trying to break up your application, there is real effects to the bottom line of your business with your OpEx and your CapEx. There's a lot of CFOs that appreciate the monolithic way of developing software because it's predictable, right? Cloud can go completely out of the cloud ecosystem can go completely off the rails really fast, which all of a sudden really hits your bottom line. So it's really important to talk about that. And finally, what do you mean all our support's in Stack Overflow now? It is, because most of the stuff in the cloud native ecosystem is in the open, right? It's all open source work. There's communities. You're gonna have to come to events like this and have conversations with people like Chris over there, right? And really talk to him about how leveraging DO can make your life better. And I work for IBM. What am I saying there? There you go. I love you, Chris. But you got my point. So I have some tangible things, but unfortunately we're running out of time to talk about. But I want to leave you with this quote from a great friend of mine, Thomas Cape. You wouldn't use a saw when you needed a hammer, or you wouldn't use a hammer when you needed a saw, right? I mean, you look like an idiot if you're trying to saw a piece of wood with a hammer, or if you're trying to hammer in a nail with a saw, it would work. But you got to really go back to your bosses and ask, is it really worth going down that path to move to cloud native? If I've learned anything doing this job now for 10 years, talking about this, fuck, it really has been 10 years, talking about this stuff. So many companies just want to move to the cloud native space, but you want to make money. And it's real engineering time to migrate your monolith to microservices. So maybe just start in microservices if you're building that new app, because we're always coming out with a version 2 of our app, right? The answer is yes. Thank you so much. Please, if you can, take a picture of that QR code. That's how I proved that I actually had people watching this video, or this talk. Again, it's back to IBM Granite if you want to talk about that with a open source AI. By the way, the project I'm wearing called InstructLab is a workflow to train. One thing that YK was talking about was that knowledge gap inside of AIs, where it only knows up to a certain point. I have a free open source way supported by Red Hat called InstructLab. It is a workflow that actually gives you new knowledge to AI models. And with our Granite model is open source and free, you could actually have everything running on your laptop where you can give it specific knowledge for what you want, which is pretty freaking cool. Thank you again.
Everyone, I think we're going to go ahead and get started. Is this too loud? No, it's good? Sweet. That was a really great talk, and I think there were a lot of questions. So feel free, and this goes for any talk, feel free to continue that conversation out in the halls. We have that space open for you guys to continue the conversation with the presenter. But listen, I'm really excited to have you guys here today, not just at my talk, but I just mean at the Commit Your Code conference in general. Thank you for showing up and listening to great presentations, learning something, and also supporting charity. You guys are the community. This is the reason why we're doing it. Thanks for showing up. Well, my name is Braden. I'm a husband. I'm a father of 2 little girls. I'm a senior front-end engineer, and I'm also one of the organizers here at the conference. In this talk, we're going to briefly look at what's new in Tailwind CSS version 4. The beta for version 4 was tagged about 2 weeks ago. I know there's been some more recent updates since then, but there's a lot of great stuff to love, and that's what we're going to just briefly dive into today. We're not going to go too in-depth on any one topic, but hopefully there's something new you didn't know about, and we can dive in together. So, has anybody not used Tailwind? You lying to me, Mark? No? Okay, I hear you. All right. Well, what is Tailwind? At its core, Tailwind CSS is a utility-first CSS framework that was originally released, I think, in 2017, gaining popularity very quickly, and it helps you build custom designs quickly and efficiently. So instead of writing CSS classes, maybe using a naming convention like block element modifier, with Tailwind, you use predefined classes to directly in your HTML, and we'll take a look at this in a minute, to style your components. And these classes, each one has a specific design that's applied to a specific behavior on your elements, and they'll be reused across your application. So let's look real quick. What does this look like? I'm going to zoom in. This is taken directly from the Tailwind website, but these are utility classes. You can see that they're named sort of semantically. So just at a glance, you can see what that utility is doing to that element. So you can see here, we've got some Flexbox stuff going on. We're applying a specific font. We've got some padding, right? And we could have a debate about, you know, the readability of this and everything, but it's really quick. It's really quick to just prototype, to build stuff out for production. It's really cool. Okay, I'll zoom back out. So what's new? Starting things off with a big one. Version 4 is a ground-up rewrite of Tailwind CSS. It's written, I think, primarily in Rust, which makes Tailwind now exceptionally fast. Okay, I have a little graphic here. Maybe you can see the little pop-up, maybe not. But on the left, on the far left, we have Tailwind version 3, the amount of time it takes to do a full rebuild. That's 378 milliseconds on average, okay? Now, what about Tailwind version 4? A full rebuild, on average, 100 milliseconds. That's crazy gains, right? Now, what about incremental builds? Incremental builds, 44 milliseconds for Tailwind version 3. Version 4, it's hard to see, right? It's 5 milliseconds. That's crazy. It makes things lightning fast. And speaking of lightning, under the hood, Tailwind is using Lightning CSS to automatically process your styles and take care of tasks like adding vendor prefixes and converting your features, your modern features, maybe for compatibility for like older browsers and things like that, and more. So I haven't updated my personal site to use Tailwind yet, but I'm really interested to see from a developer experience point of view how quickly things build and refresh, but also just to use a lot of these cool new features that are coming with version 4. Okay, what's next? See you later, Tailwind config. This is a big one for me because Tailwind version 4 is migrating to a CSS-first configuration. This means that we no longer need to configure things like colors, theming variables, fonts, things like that inside of a JavaScript file. We can do it all within the root CSS file of our project. So how do we do this? Tailwind will define and use a theme layer that allows you to declare those things, variables. You can see here, fonts, new colors, things like that. Things for your animations even. It's all done within your root CSS file. Now you may notice here that the color variables are actually declared with this odd looking notation, OKLCH. Has anybody heard of that? Okay, a few. This is awesome. Okay, Ryan, of course, naturally, right? So what is that? Well, I'm glad you asked because Tailwind v4 ships with a brand new color palette. Yeah, this is great. Yeah, thank you. It has a lot of subtle differences because of this new notation, but I think overall in your application, it's going to make a pretty big impact. The new palette migrates away from RGB in version 3 to this new color space, OKLCH, resulting in a wider gamut, which actually means that there's more colors available to use in the space, right? I didn't even know that was a thing. So take a look at this. Let me scroll down. Here's an online tool that helps you visualize the new colors in the OKLCH space. And everything, let me zoom in, everything below, can you guys see that? Below that black line was kind of the limit of color values in RGB, okay? Everything above that line is what's now unlocked because of this new color space. So Tailwind v4, lots of new options, and they have modified the color palette to include that, which is great. Has anybody ever written a line of Tailwind? Because I know most of you guys have written this. Something like this, like you're setting a height, and you're using these brackets, and you're setting it to like 245, yeah, 245 pixels for the height, right? This is called arbitrary value in Tailwind. So you can apply these arbitrary values to your elements, which essentially allow you to use any spacing or value in Tailwind, even if it's not included in the default spacing or sizing scale by default, like out of the box. So while using these arbitrary values, I think should be sort of rare if it's not already configured in your Tailwind config. I do think there are some situations where it could be useful. But now with Tailwind v4, you shouldn't have to use arbitrary values nearly as much because v4 ships with a dynamic scale, meaning you can pretty much throw any value you want in there and it'll take care of it like on the fly. It's really, really cool. And this is great because now I can change my ugly like grid utility here, grid rows 14. This is something I have on my personal site. That 14 value to get those 14 rows is not something that's supported out of the box with Tailwind. And so I just slapped that on my markup. Now I can just actually natively write it, and it's really cool. So this change is great because I can now transform that, use any values that I want to. But I'm sure there's some Tailwind vets in here that may have their spidey senses tingling because now we can just throw anything in there and it might work. You know, if it's not strictly adhering to the design guide of your designers or whatever, then you could run into some issues like things may not line up properly or whatever. But the good news is that you should be able to mitigate some of this using the spacing variable in your theme, and you can disable that and explicitly include an exhaustive list of all values that your developers can use. So that's like taken care of, and it's great to know that the team has thought through that. Next up is 3D transformations. So another nice addition here are these new APIs for 3D transformations. So now we have the ability to control things like rotation on the x-axis and the y-axis, or scaling on the z-axis, perspective utilities, and that's all done through the transform 3D utility here that you see. And let me open this up. So this is the Tailwind site. This is the v4 docs. And you can see here we've got some nice hover animations utilizing this new perspective utility along with the transform 3D API. So really cool stuff. I will have links to all this, by the way, at the end of the slide, so you can go check it out, play with some of this stuff on your own. All right, gradients. Another big win in V4 is that, at least for me, the Tailwind team has finally shown gradients some love. So the big change here is that gradients no longer need to use the BG gradient like TR, that's two rights, so you're creating a gradient kind of like this. We don't have to use those utilities anymore because we can actually pass in values or angles as values for our gradients. So that's a big change and one that I think mentally makes a lot of sense. And finally, we have support for conic and radial gradients in V4. This is something that wasn't really possible in V3. I think you could do some hacks and stuff like that. But officially, conic and radial gradients are coming to Tailwind with V4. And we're going to use maybe one of these here in a minute. But let's move on real quick. OK. So in my view, those are like some of the big standout features of V4. But it also will ship with a bunch of small tweaks that boost the developer experience and include new functionality. Things like automatic source detection. Do you guys remember in your Tailwind config, you had to define where you want Tailwind to actually look and apply those utility classes, right? We don't have to do that anymore. V4 will do that for us automatically. That's great. Other things like container query support out of the box. V3 had this, but you had to use a plugin, right? V4 out of the box container queries. That's great. The not selector variants, descendant variants, which we'll use here in a minute, field sizing utilities. And then I really like this one, the inset shadows and rings brings a whole new opportunity to create some really cool effects. But let's just really quickly jump over and do some live coding. I have a Vite project set up locally that I've installed the beta for Tailwind. You can see that here. And then part of their installation guide on their site will walk you through this. But you need to go to your Vite config. You need to import the Tailwind CSS plugin, and then you are good to go. So inside of our root CSS file, we are importing Tailwind. That's all in the file. And here's my main app component. So the thing that I'm going to do here, let's just see if this works. Let's add an H1. We'll say, hello, commit your code. And maybe we'll wave too. Make it bigger? Yeah, no problem. How's that? Good stuff? Thank you. OK, so hello, commit your code. Let's add some wave. Let's check this out. OK, there it is. It's really small, though, right? So let's make this bigger. Let's add text. Let's do 5XL. Let's make this text slate 900. OK, a little bit better. Maybe we'll do a font bold even. OK, so you can see how quickly I'm like iterating on this and making changes and seeing it live. It's rebuilding instantly. It's really cool. OK, let's try and use some of these new features. So let me create a div. I'm going to add the grid utility on it. I'm going to do grid calls 12. Let's do BG red 500. OK. And then I'm going to go ahead and create a bunch of individual grid items. So we'll do width of 12. We'll do BG. Let's do teal. Now let's do yellow. Oh, this is going to look great. 500. And let's make 12 of those. OK. Oh, yeah, that's great. Festive, maybe. Shoot, maybe we even make this. Let's add some spacing. OK. OK, there we go. So that's 12. Out of the box in V3, we could have 12 columns. That's fine. So what happens if I add another item here? It'll just go to the next row. It's hard to see. Let me add some gap. OK, so here's our extra item. OK, it moves on to the next row because there's only 12 rows, or 12 columns, sorry. So now what I can do, out of the box, Tailwind V3, only 12 columns. Let's add 13 here. Boom. How cool is that? Did I touch this? I don't know. Now we have 13 columns. Super cool. OK, let's use a new conic gradient. Let me go back to my slides. And actually, here's the Tailwind V4 beta docs. Let's look for conic. I'm going to grab this just so to save us some time here. And let's put this here. And let's go back to our site. You need to add some padding to make this a little bit easier to see. OK, that's really cool to me because this was not possible in V3. And now we have the option to do this natively in V4. Some things to note here, we have this HSL longer hue, which essentially means that in the way that it's calculating the transition between colors, it's not going to go the shortest route to that new color. It's actually, I think, going to go the longest route. So that's how we get that nice wide range of colors in this background. Really cool. A lot of options to choose from here. OK, well, what if we want to, instead of using yellow 500, what if we want to define our own color? Well, we can go straight over to our index CSS, and we'll use this new layer. It's called theme. This is supported by Tailwind. And let's create a new color variable called taco. We had some tacos for lunch. I'll create a 500, and let's go over here. And I just happen to have up our converter, our tool that we saw earlier. This will also allow you to convert RGB and hex over to OKLCH. So I'm going to copy that over, and I'm just going to use that as a value right here. Pretty cool. And now I can go over to my markup, and instead of yellow, let's use, I'm going to delete this so we can see how this works. BG Taco 500. And you can see even our IntelliSense is updated automatically on the fly to include that. And if I save, go back to our sites, check that out. Super cool, super easy, way easier mentally, in my opinion, to create new custom colors rather than digging into your Tailwind config file, a JavaScript file. Yes, you have a question? Sure. I think so, right? I think so, yeah. And I know Tailwind supports both light and dark themes, and they have a really interesting way of changing between the two. In your config specifically, obviously in Tailwind, you can use the dark modifier to specifically apply styles in a dark environment. But in the theme itself, there is a really interesting way that they're doing it. And I think they might have changed it in V4. So I think you're right. I think it is easier now to create multiple different themes in your application if you want to. Yeah, it is cool. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Well, what if we want to add a new font? Before you had to find the specific setting in your Tailwind config and change it. Well, let's just go ahead and define a new font. We'll call this cool font. I'll use font twice, right? And we'll set this to Satoshi. And for a fallback, we'll just set it to sans serif. Cool. And we'll save that. Back in our app, all we have to do is use fonts, cool fonts, I think. Yeah, and here we go. So you can see it's using this new value. Let me zoom in. And you can even see it in the popover in the dev tools. You can see 48 pixels, and it's using that new font right here. Really cool, really easy to make changes on the fly. Terrible name for a font, but you guys get the idea, right? Okay, well, how can we use the new descendant selector? Let's give this a try. So in our first grid item, let's go ahead and create a new item. I'm going to give it the same thing, width of 12, and let's give it a background of, let's just do yellow 500. Okay, so now it should cover up our taco color underneath. But what if we want to select that from a parent element? Let's give it a shot. So we'll use the new descendant selector, which is ***, and we can change this to rounded 2XL. Now, every element inside of that parent is going to be selected, right? We can narrow this down even further using a data attribute. So if we come over here, and this is like a nested element, right? Super cool. Let's just go ahead and do data rounded, okay? We go back and change this to, let's change this to like data circle, not to get confused with the rounded utility. So now up here, we can actually, in our selector, choose data circle rounded 2XL, and now only the element within that's laid on top of and nested inside of that taco, that taco element is going to be selected. This opens up some pretty cool possibilities when you want to make some really interesting selectors in Tailwind. Okay. That's the live demo. That's what I got for you. Let's go back to, yeah, thank you. On the fly coding, right? That's really all that I have. I want to make sure we have enough time for our other speaker to come up. But if you have questions, feel free to nerd out with me in the hallway. You can find me online on X at Braden Coyer. I've got my own site. There's my LinkedIn. I've also included a few resources for you. So if you want to go check out the V4 beta docs, you absolutely can. I've included the link to the color tool, so you can play around with that. And then also Lightning CSS, which I also think is a really great tool that they're using under the hood. I found it interesting. I hope you do too. Okay. Any questions? I've got time. Sweet. They are in the slides, which I can get to you. So if you'd like them, feel free to find me afterwards. I meant to have a QR code, and then I actually think I deleted it, like right before coming up here. I came up here, I put it right here. It's gone. But I'd be happy to get that to you. Yeah. Any other questions? Yes. Yeah, so you'll define it here, sorry, just like we did here. But if you're using like a custom font, not something pulled from Google, then you can have that imported into your repo if you want to. But otherwise, I think it's the exact same thing as V3. Or if you wanted to import a specific font from Google or something like that, you would use the previous way. You'd import it, you'd list it here, and then you just use this utility in your markup. Any questions? Okay, I'll be available outside if you want to talk about it. But thanks so much for showing up. We've got some really great talks coming up. Make sure you look at the schedule. Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate it.
And we'll get that up on the sides. Yeah, 2 hours. All right, thanks. All right, hello everybody. We're going to get this started in about 5 minutes. So if you're here for TypeScript, you're in the right place. If you're not, then you can go wherever you want, but don't stay here. It's the conference Wi-Fi. It's blocking everything. I mean, what have other speakers done? I mean, I can use the sort of underground Wi-Fi that people have been using.
Sometimes Google Drive doesn't work. Yeah, yeah. Maybe we can.
Testing, testing, testing. Looking good. Hello, hello. That looks good.
You can still punch on your MacBook. You can stop the tab problem.
Mute myself on my MacBook.
Yes. Because you got
Right. How do I do that? Oh, like,
there.
oh, okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. Yep. Oh, shit. Say what? How do I do that? Sure. That's fine. You can restart Chrome.
You open. Kalau kita
All right, hey everybody, welcome to Commit Your Code TypeScript workshop. This is a 2-hour-long TypeScript workshop, so if that's not what you're here for, then feel free to excuse yourself. But this is the workshop I usually give at Render ATL. It's an hour shorter here, so we're gonna move a little bit quick through some topics. I see a very small crowd here, so that's cool, so we can sort of go off script anytime we need to. If you have any questions, please feel free to stop me. You probably won't be the only one who's wondering about something. Am I getting some? Oh, testing, testing, testing. Hello. Yeah, that's it. It was coming through my laptop. All right. So this is going to be primarily live coding, primarily me showing you some stuff as I code it in Visual Studio Code. There is a repo for this. If you go to my GitHub, I'm easily found on GitHub. There's a TypeScript workshop. You can pull it down. There is a README with all the slides and all of the code that I'm going to be going through. So everything that I code up, I've got it already written ahead of time because I know what I want to go over. Anything that you don't quite pick up, it's all in the repo, and these slides are all in the repo. It's primarily live coding, just a few slides, just to sort of cover some topics from a high level before I start showing you the code. Yeah, what's up? You should fight for it. Throw hands. A little louder. Oh, my repo, TypeScript workshop. I think it's pinned. A-R-A-C-K-A-F. It's weird and dumb. But just Adam Rack's GitHub and you should find me pretty easy. Yep. Yeah, that'll work. Sure. All right. Let's go through some intro slides. There's going to be some beginner stuff here. Just show of hands. Who here has never used TypeScript before? Anybody? Okay, cool. A few people. That's actually good. So this won't be a complete waste of everyone's time, these first slides. All right, so bear with me. We're going to start at the very bottom. We're going to move a little bit quick, and we are going to cover some advanced topics. So if you already know TypeScript, there's going to hopefully be plenty of content here for you. All right. Course info, like I said, here are the slides to the repo and to these slides. The slides link to the slides. It's all in the GitHub README. Check that out. All right, here's the first, the most important fact to know about TypeScript before you even get started. TypeScript is structurally typed. It is, to my knowledge, the only language that is structurally typed. That might not be right, but I don't know of any others. What does that mean? What does structurally typed mean? And as we get into it, TypeScript is not a typical programming language. It's just a set of types that got bolted onto JavaScript after the fact. JavaScript is what exists. It's the only language that runs in the browser now that VBScript is dead. We need types to build large software applications. So some smart people at Microsoft bolted on types onto JavaScript. And that resulted in TypeScript being kind of a weird language for a lot of reasons. And that's why. If you see stuff that's totally different than other languages, it's because this is just sort of a set of typings that were rammed onto an untyped language, which is JavaScript. All right, so what does structural typing mean? What does it mean for a language to be structurally typed? Every other programming language that you know, Java or Python, not Python, Java, C#, any typed language is going to be nominally typed. The types define the values that a variable can hold. So if you say that a variable is of type X, then you can only assign instances of X or subclasses of X. It's things that we sort of take for granted without thinking about it. Structural typing means we only care that the type defines a structure, and we can define any variable that matches the structure. And that's still not clear. So here's some code to make it a little bit clearer. Here's some C# code. We've got a class called point that has an X and a Y property. And we've got another class called point2 that has an X and a Y property. You cannot assign those classes across each other. If you declare a variable of type point, you cannot assign an instance of point2 because they're different types. And there's no inheritance relationship between them. So even though they look the same and they have the same properties, you cannot assign instances of one to a variable that's declared as the other. And you sort of take this for granted without thinking about it. In TypeScript, it's the opposite. You absolutely can assign instances of a class to a variable declared as some other class if the structure matches. That's why it's called structural typing. And in fact, if you declare a variable of this point1 class, You can even assign just a vanilla JavaScript object to that variable. So we declared this variable of type point1, which is a class with an X and a Y. You can assign just a vanilla object literal so long as the properties match up. So long as you have all the properties that are there, TypeScript is totally fine with it. And that seems kind of crazy. No other language does that. Like I said, this is how we get types in JavaScript. This is how we bolt on types into JavaScript. We need that sort of flexibility. Otherwise, things would be a lot less convenient for us. All right. Now I'm going to go through a whirlwind of things that we should know about TypeScript before we start live coding. Types can be of literal values. We can, this is kind of useless, but we can declare a type called false that only holds the false value. We can declare types that are of only a few different string literals. So this type paths, the valid values for this paths type is the string /admin/users or the string /admin/settings. If you assign any other string to a variable of that type, it's invalid. And you can just do weird stuff. You can say this type weird, it can hold false, or the number 12 for some reason, because that's the easiest number for me to type on my keyboard, or this string. You can just combine these types together if you want to, and that's going to be relevant in a bit. So I want you to think about types as hierarchies. Think about types as sets of valid values that can be assigned to that type. TypeScript has a whole sort of hierarchy of types, and we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about this. But up at the top, we have the least specific types, like unknown. And as we go down that hierarchy, the types get more and more specific. So we've got the type string here, and then we can have specific string values beneath that. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is I want you to understand the syntax A extends B. And I'm going to code all this up and we're going to walk through it. These are just a little bit of preliminary stuff that I just want to talk about before we code it. When we say A extends B, what we mean is that A is lower on the types hierarchy. So if I say X extends string, that means X is either a string or it's a more specific type of string, like a string literal. So this type paths extends string would be true because paths is a more specific type than string because it's lower on the hierarchy. It's a more specific type than string, or they can be the same. String extends string is also true. When we declare a variable of type A, we can assign anything that's a value of A to it, or anything that extends A, something that's more specific than A. So imagine we have this type, this class shape, and we've got a class circle that extends shape. We can say circle extends shape, and that's true because circle is a more specific type than shape because it extends it. It's more specific than that. And of course, we can always assign something that's more specific. If we declare a variable of type shape, we can assign a shape to it, or we can assign something more specific to it. And we'll get into that later when we talk about covariance and contravariance. The reverse is not true. If we declare a circle, we cannot assign something less specific than a circle to it. You cannot assign a shape to a circle because it's less specific. Circle extends shape. So we can assign a circle to a shape variable, but not vice versa. So remember, we talked about these literal type values. We can say type yes or no is either the string yes or the string no. It turns out yes or no extends string. That's true because this type is more specific than string. The other and probably better way to think about this is in terms of Venn diagrams. If we think of this, the Venn diagram of string, these are all the strings that are valid strings. The type yes or no, it sits within that. So if we say A extends B, that's another way of saying that A sits inside of B, Venn diagram wise. Some of that may not be clear. We're going to get into all that. I hope to make it more clear. A few other little bit of minutia. In TypeScript, the types trail the variables, and you see that with a lot of other contemporary languages like Swift that aids in type inference. So we can oftentimes drop the type annotation. We can say let x colon number equals 12, or we can say let x equal 12. And then TypeScript will be smart enough to infer that x is a number based on what we assign to it. TypeScript's your friend. Don't let it be your enemy. If TypeScript is yelling at you and you're getting angry, just shut it off. Just assign to any, use TS, ignore error or whatever it is. Don't let TypeScript make your life worse. TypeScript's there to make your life better by helping you write clearer code that's valid. It's there to protect you from putting the wrong thing in the wrong place. Don't let it make you miserable. We'll get to as much of this as we can in 2 hours. We'll see. I'll get to the important stuff. If you want to learn more, these books are superb. Programming TypeScript and Effective TypeScript. This latter book, the author drew inspiration from the famous Scott Myers sets of books, Effective C++. There was like 4 editions of it. And this is almost as good a writing. They're both superb books. Anybody have expense budgets that you need to burn through in the next 20 days or so before the year ends? Matt Pocock has got a great TypeScript course. It's not cheap, but like I said, if you have an education budget that you need to burn through it on that. I can't recommend it strongly enough. And that's that. All right, let's start the live coding unless there's questions. If there are, please hit me up anytime. All right. I want to go a little bit quick on this. Yo. I would read them in order. The one on the left, and then the one on the right gets a little more advanced. And don't worry, I will make this bigger. All right. All right, here we go. Now it's everyone's favorite. Tell me when it's big enough. Oh, that's one more. How's that? Can we read that? More? More bigger. All right. Hell yeah. Let's see. All right. So like I said, when we're using TypeScript, type inference is going to be really, really important. So rely on that whenever you can. We do not have to put types on our variables when we declare them. We can just assign a value and let TypeScript be smart, and it will infer things as a string. If you don't want to do that, you are free to put your type if you want, like that. That's valid too. And of course, if you assign the wrong thing, TypeScript will yell at you. Nothing revolutionary there. I'm going to start to move a little bit quick because we have less time. I want to talk about typing functions. If we want to put the return type for a function, and if we have a function declaration like this, we can put it right there. And now TypeScript is going to yell at us if we don't return a type from it. So we say return 12, and now TypeScript is happy. And of course, we can put variables in there that are also typed if we want. If you have a function that returns nothing, something like that, you can do nothing, but there's also a return type you can specify there if you want, and that's void. Void is a type that exists for functions. That's how you indicate that the function doesn't return anything. You type it as void, and now TypeScript's not going to expect you to return anything from it. We can declare types, and we can declare types that are functions. We can say type 2 strings, return number. And now that is a type that represents a function that takes 2 arguments that are strings, and it returns a number. And the cool thing about this is we can type individual functions in sort of one fell swoop. So if you saw these function declarations here, we have to type the arguments here, and then we type the return type there, and it's kind of separate. Sometimes in TypeScript, we're going to have a type already that's defined for us. that's going to represent a function like this. And if you use an arrow function, you can use the type in one spot and get the arguments and return type inferred for you in sort of one fell swoop. So we can say const function, and I'm going to type it as that. And now I can say x, y, return, say x dot length plus y dot length. And I want to be very clear on what's happening here. So I've applied this type to this variable. And by doing that, TypeScript automatically knows that these are strings, and it's going to expect me to return a number. If I return something else, TypeScript's going to yell at me. It's going to say, you typed this as a type that returns a number, but you're returning a string, so that's not valid. So I'll go back to that. And it's going to expect that these variables are typed as string. And I can write that if I want. It's redundant and superfluous. But if I type it as something else, TypeScript, again, is going to yell at me. It's going to say, hey, number string is not assignable to that. The parameters of type X and A are incompatible. String is not assignable to number. So I can rely on the type inference. So when I have a type, that's a function. So if you go back to that effective TypeScript book that I showed you, one of the things that they recommend is to prefer arrow functions like this instead of function declarations like this. And the reason is because it plays a lot better with TypeScript, because you can take a type and you can slam it on the function in one spot, and then the arguments are going to be inferred for you, and the return type is going to be inferred for you. I already showed you that types can be combined. We're going to talk about type unions a lot in a bit, but if I don't know why you would, but you can say type bool for some reason equals true or false. Now that's a type that can hold true or false. Typically, we would just use Boolean for that. We can say type bool or string equals Boolean or string. And now I can say let x bool or string, and now I can assign true to it, that's fine. I can assign a string to it, that's fine. I cannot assign a number to it because it's not a number. We can just sort of combine types however we want. That's a type union. We will talk a lot more about that, and type unions are a place where a lot of people get tripped up because some of the behaviors are counterintuitive. All right, let's wrap this up, this first section. I want to start to move a little bit quicker so we can get to some of the more interesting topics. You can, of course, create a object type that, okay. Hopefully we already know that. Here's a trick that's good to know. Let's say you have some default state in TypeScript, like you're using Redux or you have some object packet, some default state for somewhere in your application, title, active, something like that. And now you want, so you started with the value, and this is not uncommon. You have a value already in JavaScript in your application logic, and now you need to sort of extract a type from that. And a lot of devs will do this. They'll say, all right, well, I need a type for that, so I'm just going to say type state type, I don't know, equals, and now they just sort of duplicate all of this. And this is a type now, so that's going to be a string, that's going to be Boolean, and that's going to be number. And I mean, that'll work, and now you can apply the type like that, and that's fine. But TypeScript gives us a really nice shortcut. Watch this. Equals type of default state. And now, just like that, TypeScript has reached into the value that you give it and has sort of pulled out the type that's equivalent to that object. So keep that in mind. If you ever find yourself sort of copy pasting a bunch of properties from a value that you started with in order to extract a type out, that is what type of is for. Real quick, I want to talk about tuples for just a minute because they come in handy sometimes. We can say type string number tuple. As you can see, I've done this before. What this does is this gives us a type that is an array with exactly 2 members, the first of which is a string, and the second of which is a number. And you can even give names to those properties if you want. And so now I can say const x string or numbers. And I can assign it an array with a string or a number, just like that. And I already put an x somewhere up there. If I break that invariance, it will yell at me. It has to be a string and a number in that order. All right, that's good. For any questions about any of this? I skipped through a lot of stuff. This is usually a longer workshop. I want to get to the interesting stuff. If there's any questions, please don't hesitate. Yo. It should, and it usually will, like 90% of the time. But every once in a while, you're just going to have some default application state, some value that represents your, like in Redux, you might have your default, you start the reducer with that initial state. And so if you want, you can just extract the type from that state that you start with, and then you don't have to define everything twice. It's just a little trick that comes in handy sometimes. But yes, 90% of the time, you're going to start with a type. Yo. Sorry, a little louder. You lose hoisting, yes. All right. So I'm a little worried that I hope this is advanced enough, and I hope I'm covering useful material for you. Hopefully this, again, the generics, I know you guys, most of you have used TypeScript, and I'm sure you've used generics a million times. Here is, so I'm just going to run through it, and I want to cover some sort of important bits along the way. And I can, here's my sandbox, that's what I want. All right. Stop that. So I just feel like sometimes it's good to go back to basics and sort of cover things from first principles so that you get a really solid understanding of things like generics. And that's what I want to do here. And I promise we will get to some more advanced topics in generics, like generic constraints and such. All right, but real quick, I want to write a hypothetical function, sort of a filter untyped. Whoops. There we go. That looks better. Okay, so let's just pretend that the array type doesn't already have a filter on it. And let's just pretend that we were going to write a function to filter an array. So it takes in an array of something, and it takes in a test function, which takes an individual value from the array, and it returns Boolean. And we're going to return a new array that represents the items from the original array that passed the test, just like regular old array.filter. And so if we were to write this, we would say something like const array is any equals an empty array for const val of, I just realized this is a brand new computer. I haven't set up Copilot on it yet. That's why a lot of this crap should probably be AI generated, but just bear with me. I'll type it out as fast as I can. If test of val result.push val return result. Okay, that'll work. What's the problem? It's untyped, obviously. So we can pass any junk array in here, and none of these types know anything. So it's all any. There's no type checking at all. So imagine we are super, super naive about it, and we say, well, All right, I'm going to build one of these just for numbers. Filter number array. And now this is going to take an array of numbers, and the test is going to take an individual item that's a number. And of course, that's going to return a number array, number, blah, blah, blah. That's perfect. And now we can call it, we can say filter number. We can pass it an array, sorry. And that'll work. That'll be a new, what's your problem? Oh, right. Something like that. There. But that's silly. What if I want other types? Well, you say, okay, well, let's make a version of this for string. Okay, and don't worry, I won't waste much more time doing this at all, I promise. String, that's a string, that's a string. And you can sort of see what I'm doing here, right? Every time I create a copy of this, this type is going to change. Well, what if I want to write a function that takes any type? So instead of filter string or number or whatever, I want it to work with any arbitrary type t. I want to take an array of t's, and whatever that array of t's is, this test is also going to take an instance of that single t. The Boolean stays where it is, and it's going to return an array of those t's. And I want to be able to use that t inside of this function right there. And of course, TypeScript is screaming at me. It doesn't know what t is because we need to declare it. And we put it there. And that's what generics do. Generics allow you to pass a new type of function into a new type of argument into your function. Instead of just passing values as parameters, we can pass type arguments now. We can pass a type into this filter. And whatever that type is, we can use it inside of here. So now, if I want to call this new function, I can say, let's say I have an array of numbers still. And I don't need to write the type, but I will anyway. So how do I call this function filter? For now, let's just say, we'll say filter, and we want to pass the t. For now, I'm just going to pass it like this, which is perfectly valid. I'm going to say number, filter number. That angle bracket is where I declare my generic types. Here's how I provide the generic argument. And so now I need an array of number. I've said that this is a number instance of filter. So I need to pass an array of numbers. I already have it there, the array. And now I need to pass in a function that takes a single number and returns Boolean. So I can say, all right. And that works. And as many of you know, you don't actually have to pass that in. TypeScript is good at inferring things. It can infer your generic arguments. So TypeScript saw that I'm passing in an array of numbers. So since this first parameter is an array of t, and I passed in an array of number, TypeScript sort of worked backwards, and it inferred that t is number. And it applied it everywhere. It even knows that this function, which takes a single argument of type t, since t is number, TypeScript inferred this as number. And I can provide that if I want. I can be redundant if I want to. I can say, I'm going to type that as a number. But the cool thing, the reason why I did that, if you put something wrong in there, TypeScript will yell at you. It's going to say, hey, wait a minute. This isn't adding up. This needs to be an array of t, and this function needs to be an instance of t. This is a number array, and that's a string. Argument of type number array is not assignable to parameter of type string array. It's inferring things and coming up with wrong answers, so it's yelling at us. So I will just get rid of that and get rid of those ugly parens. And if you didn't know, classes can be generic as well. We can say class foo, t1, t2. And then assign these like that. I've got a class, foo. It takes two generic types, T1 and T2. I declared some properties, blah, blah, blah. And then same as before. I can say const f equals new foo. And let's just say number string. And that means that the first constructor argument, since I said number for P1 is going to be a number, I'll say that, and then that. And that's perfectly valid. And like before, we don't have to provide those. Since the constructor is typed, and we've provided TypeScript a way to infer what these types are based on what we pass to the constructor, it's no different there. So if I pass 12 as the first constructor argument, TypeScript is smart enough to see that T1 is number because I passed it in there, and similarly T2 with string. All right. And then, all right, let's take one more quick look. And this is where I kind of like to bring everything together on generics. This is where hopefully we'll cover something a little bit new, or at least something that you haven't thought of before. So, if you didn't know, I happen to work for Spotify, and so that's why some of these examples are going to be music themed. The code I work on is a little more complicated than this, but this is hopefully enough to get the point across. Right. All right, so I have got a get metadata function that takes a catalog item and it returns a record of, actually, I think, tell you what, let's take a 5-minute break. We've been going at this for a few minutes.
You start sharing again.
Oh, because I took out the HDMI. Sweet. All right. Whoop. All right, let's kick this back up. That's about 5 minutes. All right, so we're going to just use our imagination and imagine that these types are sufficient to build some kind of music type app. We're going to say that we have this interface called catalog item. It defines an ID, some metadata. We've got an artist interface that extends catalog item and adds a name. We are going to say we've got an album that also extends catalog item, adds a name and a track count. And then there's also a song that adds a name and a duration. And you might say, well, name could just be in the root interface, and you're right, but then artist would be empty, and I didn't feel like coming up with anything more complicated for this. So we'll just live with that for now. And now let's imagine that we have this function called get similar items. We want to pass something into it, and we want to get an array of that same something back that are similar. And there's some backend service that's going to use machine learning and figure out what that is. So like if we pass an album in there, we're going to get an array of albums back that are similar to the album that we passed in. If we pass an artist in, if we pass Taylor Swift in, we want to get an array of artists who are similar to that. We might get like Sabrina Carpenter and some other people or whatever. And similarly with song, we pass a song in, we will get an array of songs. So the implementation is kind of dumb. I'm just going to spit the same thing back out 3 times. This wouldn't be a very good music service, but we're not actually trying to write machine learning type find similarity. We are trying to get the types right because this is a TypeScript workshop. So how do we type this? So your first instinct might be, well, I'm going to use catalog item. I'm going to use this root base interface, and I am going to pass in a catalog item, and then I'm going to return I'm going to asynchronously return an array of catalog item. And that's kind of okay. So we've got this some artist here. Just use your imagination. There's some properties. And now I say const x equals get similar items. And so I passed in an artist, and I want to get an array of artists back. Can anybody see what's wrong with this? Like, what's the problem with this implementation here? In fact, I'm going to undo it, and this will be our first version. So we want to replace this unknown with types, and we said, well, we've got these interfaces and these interface hierarchies, so I'm just going to use that. I'm going to say, well, I'm going to pass in a catalog item, and it's going to return back a catalog item. So I passed in an artist, and I want an array of artists to come back, but there's a problem. Can anybody, I won't keep you hanging all day. The problem is, I said that this returns catalog item, and TypeScript is going to honor my wishes, and this is going to be typed as, if I call the right version, this is now going to be typed as an array of catalog item. But I don't want that. I want an array of whatever I pass in. I passed in an artist. I want to get an array of artists back. And so that sort of specificity has been erased when I used this root interface. So this is the generics module, so it should come as no surprise that I'm going to do this with a generic type. I'm going to say, well, whatever I pass in as a t, I want to get an array back of that same t. And so now if I call this version, it does work. I should get an array of artists back. Hooray. There's a new problem now, though. Can anybody spot the new problem? The new problem is that anything goes, right? junk, foo, and now if I can, TypeScript's like, if I say const y equals get some junk, TypeScript's like, cool, works for me. Here's an array back of this crap that you passed in. This is a generic. I'm saying whatever I dump into this function, I'm going to get back an array of whatever got dumped in. So how can we narrow and limit what gets passed in? The way that we do that is with a generic constraint. So I said that this function takes a generic argument t. Right now it'll take anything. The way I narrow that is with the extends keyword. T extends catalog item, and now this is an error. It's saying argument of type foo string is not assignable to parameter of type catalog item. So that's how we sort of get the best of all worlds. When we do this, we can say whatever gets passed in is also going to be the return type. So when I pass in an artist, I'm going to get an array of artists back. And this lets me tell TypeScript to make sure I only ever pass in a catalog item or something that inherits from catalog item, so that this guy is going to now be flagged as invalid. And remember, when we say T extends catalog item, think of it like a Venn diagram. Like if you have a Venn diagram of catalog item, I can pass any type that is catalog item itself or something more specific that sits inside that Venn diagram that are all the catalog items out there, which for now is catalog item or artist or album or whatever. All right. Obviously, absolutely. Sure. Speaking of unions, that's the next section. So I have got a few quick slides on unions. I'm going to start with the code this time. All right, I've got some types defined. I've got a cat type, and I've got a dog type. The cat has a name. It's got whiskers, number of whiskers it has, I mean, just go with it, and the feline breed. And the dog also has a name, obedient, and it's got a canine breed. So this is such a hot, weird topic. I actually wrote an entire blog post just on this. So you will see no shortage of even senior level engineers complaining that, hey, I said let pet be a cat or a dog equals, and now I'm just going to I'm not going to actually assign something, but just focus on what the type is. So I've said pet is a cat or a dog, and now they expect when they say pet dot, they're going to get name or whiskers or feline breed or name, which I already said, or obedient and canine breed. They're going to expect this is a union of cat or dog. So they're like, I'm going to get a union of all these properties, when in reality, they get an intersection of the properties, which is just name. And I've seen senior engineers complain about this and say, oh, this is a bad design of TypeScript. No, it's not. This is by design, and this is for good reason. So we told TypeScript that this is a cat or a dog. TypeScript doesn't know what it is yet. And if don't let this bother you, okay? I can make that go away if you really want me to, but hopefully just pretend that's not there. It's been assigned, and it's a valid dog or a cat or some freak animal that's both somehow. But there's a value here. Focus on what the type system is doing. It's only letting us assign name because TypeScript doesn't know what it is. TypeScript says it could be a cat or it could be a dog. I don't know which, so I'm only going to let you access the properties that are safe. No matter what it is, there's going to be a name. And so that's all I'm going to let you touch right now is name, because I know there's going to be a name there. If I were to change this to cat name and change this to dog name, now TypeScript's going to be like, you can't do anything because I don't know what it is. But let's keep one property in common. And now it's going to let me touch the name property only. So how do I use this variable? It's a cat or a dog. I want to do something with it. How do I use it? So this is where we get into narrowing. Right now, it's a cat or a dog. I need to narrow that down to whatever it is. How do I do that? That's the whole topic of this whole section right now. It's a surprisingly in-depth topic. There's at least four different ways to do it. So the first way, if there's any other gray-haired neckbeards like me who've been doing this for a long time, has anyone ever heard of the in keyword, in JavaScript? There is in JavaScript. Let's pull up a REPL real quick. I'll use var, just why not? Do you guys know this? If you declare an object, you can say a in object, and it'll say, yes, that's true. You can check if a property exists in an object. How about B? Is B in object? False. And here's a terrible interview question. Does it actually go through the whole prototype chain or just the own properties? I actually don't know. Let's test it. ToString in object. It's true. Okay, it does walk the prototype chain. So you can test to see if a property is in an object, and it will actually include the prototype chain. So why do we care? Why am I bringing up any of this legacy crap? It turns out that TypeScript is aware of the in keyword, and TypeScript will pay attention to you using the in keyword. What do I mean by that? Well, what if I say if whiskers, if whiskers in pet? TypeScript is surprisingly clever. TypeScript will read the code that we wrote. It will say, I tested for whiskers being in pet. If there is a whiskers in there, then this must be a cat because it's got the whiskers property there, and this does not have the whiskers property. Therefore, this must be a cat. And it does say that, and now it's letting us use all of the cat properties. And it should come as no surprise, in the else, it's going to treat it as a dog. Now I've got the obedient, and I've got the canine breed. So you might say, oh, that's great. That's how I do this. Well, this is not a very satisfying way to be. This just happened to work out well because there just happened to be one property that was unique to one type that I could check, and there's only two types in the entire union. As you write real production code, these unions are going to get a lot grosser. Your types are going to get a lot bigger. And they're... Hello? Well, that's... Woo! Woo! Yeah, don't turn them both on. Testing. Oh, it's still a little staticky. I can go micless if I need to. There's not a lot of people in here. Hello. Sounds like something's buzzing up there. I think it's... Yeah, I think the speak...
Let's try that.
Yep. Give me a bullhorn. All right. So this worked out, and it only worked out because there just happened to be one property that just happened to be unique. Imagine the types get bigger. Imagine there's not one property, right? Like what if dogs also had whiskers, which they don't, but like what if you had a lion type? Lions also have whiskers. Well, okay, then maybe I need to use feline breed, but maybe lions, I don't know, it's going to get gross. So this comes in handy if you cannot control your types. Keep this in the back of in your back pocket. You're at work, you're dealing with some types that you don't own and you can't change. This is a really clever way to narrow the types down. If you can control these types, the best way, rather than hoping that there's a property that just happens to be unique, just add a property that's unique. Add a type property and set it to cat. There's nothing special about it being all uppercase. The casing doesn't matter. It's common to use screaming uppercase like this. And remember, this isn't a value. This is a string literal. This is a type. We're saying type cat. Name is a string. Whiskers is a number. I don't want type to be a string here. I want it to be a specific string literal of cat. Remember I told you at the very beginning that types can have literal values? Here's one place where it actually is useful. I can say that this cat type, it has another property called type, and the only valid value is a screaming uppercase cat value. And it should come as no surprise. We're going to do the same thing here, except now it's dog. The one thing that kind of sucks about this, if you want to say my cat equals, now you have to, as before, come on. Oh, there. Now it'll help me. Now it's not valid, right? Now I always have to provide this stupid cat like that. You can make helper functions to make that easier for you. You can take a helper function that only takes in the name, whiskers, and feline breed and slams that in for you. It's a bit of a pain because you always have to assign that stupid uppercase cat. Just deal with it. But now, when I've done that, since I have this type here, now if I want to see whether my pet is a cat or a dog, now I can say if pet dot type, see, it's a cat or a dog. And look, TypeScript is going to know that it's a cat or a dog. Now, if I say if it's a cat, again, TypeScript is smart enough to know that it is a cat. So this type property, it discriminates in like tell the difference apart, not like in a racist way. It discriminates between cats and dogs. It's a discriminator. And that's why this sort of structure is called a discriminated union. It's a union between types with a discriminator. And this type property will tell the difference between the one type of the union or the other type. And so now I can say if pet.type equals cat, well, then now it's clearly a cat. TypeScript is smart enough to see what that means. And as before, inside the else, pet dot, and now it's a dog. One thing to be aware of with that. Let's say we say let or const random object equals name let's say I create
Sorry about that. I just saw the chat. I think you're screen sharing for some reason. If you would remind kind of launching that again. Screen share. I don't know why that happened.
no, oh, something went wrong. Sorry, chat. All good?
Let's see. I'm just seeing. I think still. You actually mute yourself and
Oh, yeah.
the camera. And then you go to present from the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
I should have known by now. We've done this a few times.
I think we are good to go.
Sweet. All right. I don't know where we dropped off, but we'll press on. So remember, I said TypeScript structurally typed. TypeScript doesn't care about types. It just cares that the structure is the same. So I've got this random object. In fact, I'm not going to call it a random object. I'm going to say its type is muffins because that's our cat and its name is muffins for some reason. And let's say, or no, I'm going to keep it how it was. Random object. And let's say I have my const, let's say const muffins. The cat is a cat, and I'm going to specifically type it as a cat, and I'm going to assign it to random object. And you'd think that'd be fine. It should be fine. but TypeScript is yelling at us. And let's look at the error. Oh, sorry, let's silence the one warning. And now if I look, it is saying type blah, 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 blah is not assignable to type cat. Types of property type are incompatible. Type string is not assignable to type cat. So this has to do with how TypeScript is sort of inferring these types. When I declared my random object, it is saying that, okay, I'm going to look at your type. Name is a string. Feline breed is a string. Whiskers is a number. And this type is a string. Well, that doesn't cut it. Because to be a cat, this type has to be the literal value cat. But instead, TypeScript is saying, well, this can be mutated at any time. Const, a random object may be a const, but I can still, anytime I want, say random. That's perfectly valid. Const does not mean immutable. Const just means the reference is immutable. The underlying object can still be modified anytime. So how do we deal with this? How do we tell TypeScript that this cat value is constant and will never be and cannot be reassigned? We say sconst. And now it works. That's how we tell TypeScript, infer this property as a constant rather than a string. And now if we hover, this type is now inferred as the literal type cat rather than a string, which means that that assignment is valid. If I get rid of it, now it infers it as a string, which violates that. So keep that in mind. As const is how you direct TypeScript to treat a single property as constant. So things like this will work. Okay. Would you believe there are still two more ways to narrow type unions? Let's say you have a type string or number. And now let's say let x equal, and it can be a string or number, right? Let's really take this seriously and actually assign a value to one or the other. Like that. So when this code runs, x will be a string or a number. We have no idea which. So how do I narrow this down? Right now, if I say x dot, TypeScript is only going to let me mess with methods that are on both a string or a number, which is toLocale string, apparently, toString, and value of. Well, another old school TypeScript thing that we don't use very often, type of. We can say if x type of string, I'm sorry, that's not how that works. If type of x equals string, and now x knows, or TypeScript knows that x is a string, and now it will let me mess around with all the string methods. And as before, else, it's a number, and now we get toFix, toExponential, all that stuff. This is very, very limited. A little JavaScript trivia. The TypeScript operator, historically, it only had 6 possible values: Boolean, string, number, function, object, undefined. A year or two ago, they added big int. So those 7 are the only 7 possible values that you will ever get from type of. If your union includes anything other than those, then this isn't going to cut it. You're going to need to use the discriminator or use in, or maybe use the thing I'm going to show you next. Classes in JavaScript, unfortunately, got kind of controversial, which is silly. They're useful sometimes. Don't be afraid to use them. Let's say you did use them. Let's say you've got a class A that has an A property. Let's say you've got a class B with a B property. Just like before, and let's let foo equal. Little trivia, if you didn't know, you actually don't need parentheses when you use new in JavaScript. You can just leave them off. It works. It's ugly, don't do it. And Prettier is even going to force the parentheses on. But anyway, so as before, there's nothing in common. I mean, just to, I guess, Let's just force something to be in common. Now, it will let me mess with name, but I can't get a. I'm just now wondering, I wonder if I can do, will that work? It should, I think. Yeah, it will work. Okay, so you can do that same old in trick like before, but that's kind of ugly. And again, it's fragile, like we said. Anybody want to take a guess how we can narrow this union? It's another old school JavaScript thing. If there's any other neckbeards in here. Yeah, there you go. So if you are dealing with classes, you can say if foo instance of a. Bless you. And now it will let us treat foo as an instance of a. Or else, now it's a b. So instance of works for classes and only classes, or constructor functions, I guess, which are kind of the same thing. Type of is good for primitive types, things that JavaScript will use type of on. Otherwise, we can use discriminated unions, or we can use that little in check that we saw. Any questions on any of that? All right. If you're following along in the repo, I'm going to skip the React section. Typing TypeScript in React, just use it's straightforward. It's the same principles. You just have to know, use the FC interface, and then your props will be typed. It's the same principles here. You just have to know which, you just need to know how to use the types package from React. Most of you have used it already, and I don't have the full time for this. So I want to get to the actually more interesting content here. Conditional types. Yes, this is where TypeScript gets really, really cool and kind of weird. Unions, we're just going to skip React. Conditional types. All right. What is a conditional type? Here's the simplest possible conditional type, which is also useless. We say okay. So the reason why I typed export default null, if I don't do that, TypeScript thinks that this is just like a global script, and so it's gonna say, hey, you already defined this useless type because I defined it over here. But actually, I should probably just treat this as a here. Okay. Anyway, so what's a conditional type? We say type whatever equals. So we put some sort of expression extends something else. If that's true, we put some type here. It doesn't have to be true or false. String, else number, I mean, whatever you want. So array of number does, in fact, extend object. So this is going to be a string for some reason. I like it better how I had it as true or false. So that's pretty useless, right? We already know that array of number extends object. This is pointless, but that's how it works. That's the syntax. We'll do something somewhat less useless with it in a second. I just want to show you what the syntax is. Array of number extends, or some type extends something else, and then it's always going to be a ternary signature. People don't like that, but too bad. It's a ternary. If you want to do nested, you have nested ternaries. Just deal with it. It's not a big deal. And then some type as the result, if this is true, else false. Okay. Let's make it a little bit less useless for now. Let's say type is array of t. It's a generic type now, which is going to be very, very, very common. Equals t extends array of unknown. True, else false. And now we can test this out. We can say type A equals is array so that's going to be false, right? Because string is not an array. Makes sense. B is going to be true because that is an array. Again, still pointless. We already know that a string array is an array. We don't need to pass that into a conditional type to figure that out. How can we actually make this a little bit useful? I just love doing that. I love the 2/ thing. All right. we can use conditional types to reach into other types and grab stuff and pull it out. And that is one of the primary use cases for conditional types. We can do type array of what? Of t equals t extends array of, bear with me, u never. I haven't talked about never. Don't worry about it. That's basically like your null in TypeScript, sort of. So I'm passing in some generic type, and I want to say, hey, if t is an array of something, return back to me that something. So if I were to call this, if I pass in a string array of this, I want to get string back, but it's not going to work yet because, sorry, it's not going to work yet because this type is broken, because it's saying, hey, what is u? This doesn't exist. You can't just make up a type and throw it in there. Again, what we were going for is type array of what? If t extends an array of something, I want to grab that something and extract it up and have it be the result of this whole expression. And the way that we do that, the correct way that we do that, we just add one keyword here, and that's infer. We say, hey, TypeScript, if this is an array, if t is an array of something, grab that something, infer it as the variable u, and make that the result of this expression. And now, when we look at what x is, it is in fact string. So that's a big part of what conditional types are going to be for. They are going to let you inspect other types and grab out some slice of it or some part of that type that you are inspecting. And, so we have a similar problem here in that we can just pass any junk in there, right? So right now this returns never, and so x2 is going to be never, but it would be a lot nicer if we just didn't let you pass junk in at all. I don't want this to come back as never. I want this to be an error, because if I'm calling array of what, I want it to only be valid with arrays. And the way that we do that is the same as before. Oof. And now that's an error, saying type string does not satisfy constraint of unknown. Okay, I have got a few slides on this, because conditional types are actually kind of a really deep, messed up rabbit hole. All right, covered the basics already. Conditional types and unions. This I haven't covered. I want to cover this on slides because it's just a lot easier to show. Pretend that I have a type called square and I have a type called circle, and they have roughly what you'd expect in those types. And now just use your imagination and say, I want to create this other type called description. It's going to take some type t. If t extends square, I want to return the string literal type 4 sides. Else, if it extends circle, ignore that typo, it'll be round. Else, the string literal dunno. Okay. So this works well enough at first. If I pass in a square, I do get 4 sides. If I pass in a circle, I get round. But what happens if I pass in a union? If I pass in square or circle? You would think it's going to be dunno, right? Because remember that unions are Venn diagrams. It's any value that's a square or a circle. Square or circle does not extend square, because it could also be a circle. Square or circle does also does not extend circle, because it could be either. So it doesn't extend either of these. So you would think it's going to be that last string, don't know. But that's also kind of unsatisfying, because it doesn't quite feel right. you're passing in a union, you kind of would think if I'm passing in square or circle, it kind of feels like the answer should be 4 sides or round. And that is, in fact, what TypeScript gives us. And I want to talk about why that is. When we pass in a union type for a conditional type, TypeScript is going to break the union apart and run that type through with each member of the union. So T, if we pass in a union for T, which is square or circle, it's going to replace T in the expression with each member in turn. It's going to run this through with square. It's going to say square extends square, then 4 sides, and that's the answer. And then it's going to run it again with circle, and it's going to get the round answer. And then it's going to union all those answers together. And that's how we get that answer. So I know that's a little bit mind-bendy and a little bit advanced. Kind of keep that in the back of your head. Yeah? Yeah. We pass in a union for the type, and we get a union back, because TypeScript's going to run the conditional type for each member of the union, and then it will union together each of those answers, and that's going to be the final answer. All right. Any other questions on conditional types? All right. String literal types. Fun stuff. It's all fun. TypeScript's awesome. All right, let's do this. We will get to that, but let's walk before we can run. All right, so do you remember I showed you that in TypeScript, we can have literal values for types. We can have a type that represents just a single string or multiple strings if we want. Hopefully, you've all seen template literals in TypeScript. We can say const s equals hello, and then we can do the $ x or foo, and then we say const foo equals world, right? And then it's going to say hello, and then it's going to stick foo in, so it would be hello world. We've all seen that. The cool thing is TypeScript lets you do that too. You can do that same sort of template literal, but for types. So we can say something like type valid answer junk equals my answer is, and then look at what we do here. We can just say any string. And so we are declaring a type, and it's equal to a string literal that is my answer is, and then any string that you want. And so we can use this. We can say const x is a valid answer junk equals and that's perfectly valid if I match the pattern. If I put anything else, now it's going to scream at me because this does not line up correctly. It has to be specifically the type here. My answer is, and then some string. I didn't do that. And now when I correct it, it's valid. We can combine this up. Instead of string, we can put something more specific. Instead of any string, I can limit this to just yes or no. And now TypeScript is going to be smart enough to take that union and run it through with each value of the union. I'm saying my answer is, and then yes or no. And so TypeScript is going to say, okay, works for me. My answer is yes, or my answer is no. And now, when I use that, TypeScript will enforce that. It has to match exactly. It is case sensitive. Cool. This is one of those things that comes in handy hugely once in a blue moon. Just sort of be aware that it's there. We're going to do some cool things with it in just a second. All right. Cool. Now let's focus on this paths object. So imagine you are building some sort of router or some sort of web application, and these are the various routes in your app. /users, /users contacts, et cetera, et cetera. And remember, this is a variable. This is a const. Remember we talked about shouldn't you start with the types? Well, yes, but sometimes you might start with a value. In this case, we started with the paths that are in our web application. We can say type paths equals type of paths lowercase. And now I've got this nice paths that are all the specific hard-coded paths in this object. And that's because I did the as const. You can apply it to individual properties or to the entire object. If I were to remove that, it would be pretty useless, just strings. I don't want strings. I want the actual valid paths that I have. Cool. And you can, and so this is an object type paths. It's got a users prop. It's got a user contacts prop that is that path, and so on. I can say type all paths equals paths key of paths. And now I get a union of every path in there. So what I'm doing here is I'm taking this object and I'm just sort of running it through with every possible property in there, every key that's inside this type. And then TypeScript is doing that for me with each key in the type, and then it's unioning all the values together that I'm getting back. So I'm getting back this one, this one, this one, and so on. So what does this have to do with template literals? Well, getting to that now. Let's get a little bit funky. Let's say something like type pluck paths for, and I'm just going to put an A because we're going to do a few different versions of this. T Ooh, let's collapse this. Look like I can type right. And I will explain all of this, I promise. If I did that right. Okay, so I want to pluck out just the admin paths. I want to get just the paths that are admin. And that is what template literal types let me do. I can say I want to pluck out the paths for, I'm going to pass in some type, which I pass in for the admin, for the all paths object. And then I want to pass in a path, and I want TypeScript to use a conditional type along with a template literal type. And so what it does is it lets me match this part of the path here and say, all right, TypeScript, if you start with /path or /admin in this case, kick it back to me, else never. And TypeScript is going to run that with every member in the union. It's going to discard anything that comes back as never, and it's going to return to me that union of all the valid results. And that's why I get /admin /settings /admin /billing /admin /account. But you can go even deeper than that. You can push this even further. Remember, we did the infer thing where we can just sort of materialize a new type. We can do that here too. Let's make a second version of this with a B on it. So right now, do you see how I'm getting /admin/settings /admin/billing? I already know these are admin paths because I passed in the path to match on. So it's kind of superfluous, right? I don't need the /admin because I already know that it's there. What if I just want to get the actual admin module names? I want to get back settings or billing or account. Basically, I want to get back what's here. I already matched /path/whatever. I want the whatever back. Anybody remember how to do that? It's 3 p.m. Okay, I know. Infer you, same way. Boom. And now, hang on, change it here. And now, I get back settings, billing, account. All these features build on top of each other. They sort of combine together however you want to put them together. I matched on this path that I passed in, and then I can infer other things from the rest of the template literal. And I can pull that out as a new type and return it as the expression from my conditional type. All right, 30 minutes left. Let's just cover some cool stuff. Yo, uh-oh, chat's mad. All right. Okay. And I'm going to even hit the present button on my own without you telling me to. Oh, yeah. Sweet. All right. Variance. Let's talk about variance. This is advanced stuff. It's not going to come up every day, but it's worth knowing. Variance means that I specified one type, but I provided a different type. And it sort of seems like that's never going to be valid, but sometimes that's okay. We already said that you can almost always provide a more specific type than what was asked for. So there's two types of variance. Well, three if you count bivariance. But covariance means you provided something more specific than what was asked for. So like you said, you asked for a shape, and I provided you a circle. That just seems intuitive, and it's perfectly valid, and we've already seen where that works. Contravariance is the other. It's the opposite. You provided something less specific. I asked for a circle, and I provided a shape. And sometimes that actually is valid, and we'll see when and why. So variables and function arguments are covariant. If I ask for a shape, I can provide a circle because a circle is a shape. That sort of makes sense. If I have a function that takes a shape, I can pass in a circle. Obviously, we already know this. What about function types? What if I have a function that takes in a shape and returns void, and a function that takes in a circle and returns void? It turns out that those are contravariant, and we're going to show you that in just a second. I'm not going to sweat this slide for now. Let's jump into the code. And I'm actually thinking about skipping this. We'll see. Let's see how this goes. I want to do this real quick, and then I want to show you map types, and then we will get out of here. And thank you all for bearing with me. I'm just going to move fast. I'm going to just all right. I don't care about that. So let's say I have a type. Wait, what did I delete? Type circle 2. I don't care about that either. Okay. I'm going to use classes for this. It doesn't matter. It applies equally with types. It's just more convenient, and it's easier to type. and I get to use the extends keyword. So I've got this class shape, and I've got this class circle that extends shape. If I declare circle, I can assign circle. I cannot assign a shape to a circle. We already know that. I can assign a circle. I can assign a shape to, oh, Jesus. Let's circle. Right. If I define a shape, I can assign a circle to a shape, right? Because it's more specific. We already know that. The weird stuff happens here. Let's say I have a type that's a function, and it takes in a shape and returns void. And let's say I have a function that takes in a circle and returns void. And so my draw shape function, I've defined and typed as draw shape. It takes in a shape. I've declared a variable draw circle, which is typed as the draw circle, and it takes in a circle, and life is good. Now it gets a little weird, right? I've got my draw circle function. This takes in a circle, but I'm assigning it the draw shape. Shape is less specific, but I'm assigning it to the draw circle, and TypeScript is totally fine with that. And what's even weirder, if I do the thing that seems fine, I take my draw shape variable. Circle is more specific than shape, so I should be able to assign that no problem, but TypeScript yells at me. And the reason why is because we're not assigning circles and shapes, we're assigning functions. And function arguments are contravariant. You can pass in something less specific, but you cannot pass in something more specific. And so the reason why is what's worth talking about here. So when we declare this draw shape function, what we're saying is we are demanding a function that can draw any shape in the world. And so if you take that draw shape, it needs to be a function that can draw any shape. But if you try to assign it a function that can only draw circles, TypeScript is like, that's not going to cut it. Because this has to be a function that can draw any shape. But it's not. We tried to give it a function that can only draw circles. And that's almost useless because we need a function that can draw any shape. Up here, though, we are asking specifically for a function that can only draw circles. And we gave it a function that can draw any shape in the world. And so TypeScript's like, cool, that's more than I asked for, but it does what I asked you to do, which is a function that can draw circles. That'll work. You gave me more than I asked for. So the takeaway here, and I know this is a lot and we're tight on time, and I do want to talk about map types, which are a lot more useful, but this is worth knowing. When you have function arguments, they are contravariant. You see this with event handlers. You may have already seen it with event handlers in React. If you have something like a pointer event, that event handler is going to give you like a very specific pointer event object with all kinds of pointer crap in it. You can provide an event handler function that just takes a very high level event object, and TypeScript is fine with that. TypeScript needs a function that can handle specific pointer events, but you gave it a function that can handle any event. And TypeScript's like, cool. It seems odd because just an event object is kind of useless, whereas a pointer event has very specific things, but you can pass something less specific. Just like here. We want a function that can draw any shape. You can absolutely assign to it, or excuse me, we want a function that can only draw circles, or a pointer event handler. You can assign it a function that can handle any shape, which is a less specific type. All right, let's take a whirlwind tour of map types, and let's punch out of here. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate you all sitting through a 2-hour workshop in the afternoon in a regular conference that didn't have a workshop slot. I'm not sure there's going to be a workshop slot next year. We'll see how the feedback goes. But I appreciate Danny giving this a shot. All right, let me pull up my teacher notes. And at the render version of this, it's actually a dedicated workshop, and we go in depth and we move a little bit less fast. And so we have a little bit more time to talk about some of these things, like the the variants that I just dumped in and talked about. We would actually code it out in person, and it would make a bit more sense, hopefully. But we're a little tight on time, so I'm being a little bit selective on what I spend our time on. Okay. And as before, again, we're tight on time, so I'm going to just cheat a little bit. All right. So imagine we have a type here, correct life choices. What's our conference? Commit your code. We're in the D, language, TypeScript. Okay? We already know. So this is let's write our first map type. So the way that a map type works is we have this in expression. So we're building an object, and we have an index type here. That's what these square braces are. And we're going to take K in key of correct life choices. And then for each key in there, what are we going to assign it to? Correct life choices of K. Pretty pointless, but it should work. And all we've done is cloned our object. Not very useful, but we can start to tweak and create some variations on this theme. And we can do some really interesting stuff. So what if, instead of just copying the object, what if we wanted to build, what should I call this? What if I wanted to make a more safe version of this, where instead of just giving you the raw values, I want them to be functions or getters. So I want to take this object and I want to map them to, that's why it's called a mapped type. We are mapping one type to another type. I'm running through all the keys, and for each one, I'm mapping them to a function that returns whatever that value is. So now I've got this getters version, and so now I've got a conference property that's now a function that returns commit your code. City is a function that returns Dallas, and so on. But the names are kind of jank, right? Because conference, it seems like a property, but it's really a function. Let's see about naming them a little bit better. So remember when we talked about type literals? Let's get some more space here. We can alias these properties with an as expression. We can say K in key of correct life choices as, and of course, I can put a type literal here. Get K, like that. And now, get conference, get city, get language. It's still a little jank though, right? Because get conference, let's really up our standards. It should be capital L for language, capital C for city. We want to camel case these, right? Well, TypeScript actually gives us a nice little utility for that. Capitalize. That's built into TypeScript, and it will capitalize whatever we give it. And now we've got get conference, which actually has a pretty name, get city, get language. Oops, stop that. All right, let's make a type. Let's say type things that matter in life equal, and let's say K in key of correct life choices. So we're going backwards now. We've already done this. I just want to take this step by step. Capital K, please. Okay, so we can just pluck the keys off of that, right? We can say type keys equal key of that, right? I'm just taking this step by step because I'm going to do something. Well, it's not helpful, but just trust me. Like, it's going to be conference, city, or language. And then we can take type values equals things that matter in life, and we can apply it on those keys. And so that should give us commit your code or Dallas or TypeScript. Nothing interesting here, right? All I did was I made a copy of this object using map types like I did before, and then keys, and then values. What I'd like to note, though, is you can do all of this at once. I'm just going to write it. So I moved a little bit quick. So I could have just written this, but it would look kind of crazy at first. It's just a step-by-step. It's just all of these 3 steps all at once, right? So when I create a map type, I say k in whatever, blah, blah, blah. You can pluck the keys off of any object, and then you can take an object and apply a union to it, the union of all the keys, and it will apply each key and take all the values and plop them out. And you can do all of that in line. You can take a type and then apply a key index to it in line, and it will do the same thing, sort of one-shot it. And now to wrap this up, I moved a little bit quick at times. I hope this has been valuable to you. I hope I did a decent enough job at covering the important bits and not moving too quick. Here. Let's sort of tie it all together. What if I want all the ID fields out of this, but I don't want to like manually copy it? I don't want to manually, because you don't want to manually duplicate knowledge, because then things are going to get out of sync. You want things to automatically update, and based on, I want to automatically pluck the ID fields out of here without manually copying it, because tomorrow I might add a foo ID, and I want foo ID to automatically exist in the other type without having to manually copy paste it. So type ID fields equals k in key of account as k. Remember generic constraints? You can apply them here too. Extends any string followed by ID or ID. And I get ID, account ID, gamer ID. So k in key of account, like we did before, alias it as k, and now I can apply this constraint. I can apply a conditional type. I can say as k extends any string followed by ID or ID, then grab the k, else never. TypeScript is going to run that with every member of the union, and whenever there's a match here, it's going to plop the k out, else never, and TypeScript will discard all the nevers and then apply whatever's left, whatever those properties are, to account. And so we get left with ID of number, account ID of string, gamer ID of string. And don't worry, we're going to get even weirder here in a second. What if I want to get just the names of the IDs? And like some of these use cases are a little bit contrived. but I just want to show you how this stuff works so that someday you might get a real, more realistic use case and know that you can do some of this crazy stuff. What if I just want to get account instead of account ID? Or I just want to get gamer instead of gamer ID? So it's the same as before, right? K extends some string, but I want to actually pull that some string out, right? Anybody remember? Infer, that's right. Infer U. And now I want to pull the U out. I think I did something wrong here. That's not going to work. Hang on. It's been a long day. Kind of hazing over. I think we might just call it at that. But hopefully, I got the point across. That last example didn't quite work out. I could sit here staring at it. But any questions? I hope some of this was useful. I hope the level of difficulty was balanced roughly right. I'm pretty much out of time. Otherwise, we could debug this and figure it out. Holy crap, that hat lights up. That's pretty cool. Yo. It doesn't really matter. There's a few trade-offs. The performance on one is supposedly better. I forget which is which. Interfaces can be extended. You can use extends with interfaces, and interfaces participate in interface merging. So like if you want to, so like in public typing libraries like React or NextAuth, sometimes you'll want to extend a type, like a session type. Those are usually declared as an interface so that you can redeclare them and add your own stuff in, and TypeScript will merge them together. That's only available with interfaces. So if you're writing like a public library and you want someone to be able to extend your type, you pretty much have to use interfaces. If you want the extends keyword, you have to use interface, but you can use type intersections to extend types as well. What does that say? What does your hat say? Type? Nice. Anything else? All right, we're pretty much out of time. I'm sorry that last example didn't go right. I'm going to check out what I did wrong, but we're out of time anyway. Thank you so much for showing up. It's been a long afternoon, but I appreciate it.
get this one started. I almost feel like I don't even need the mic, but we will use it. If we can have any volunteers, like make sure everybody outside knows it's the final talk of the day. We want to make sure everybody's in here for that one. Get that going there. So we were kind of spitballing ideas for this talk. Hopefully everybody online. Can you verify the mic is working for online? All right. So we were playing with ideas for this talk, and we kind of had a moment just now where this entire conference has been against pretty much the idea of like taking in questions because we didn't want to disrupt any of the speakers. Well, I felt like, and we kind of felt like, it would be great if there are questions so we can spear like most of this talk around what people want to hear. So, and I will say this, me being completely transparent, in my keynote, I said the same thing. This conference wouldn't exist if it wasn't for free code camp. I don't think I'd be on the stage if it wasn't for free code camp. I think my entire family's lineage would be completely different without free code camp. And so I think to me and Leon both, we hold Quincy Larson very, very extremely high regard. And so because of that, we thought since there's such a big variety of people here, if anyone has a question, maybe that can be the jump start of our talk today. So does anyone have a question for anyone? Go for it. Why did Leon Noel start free code camp?
Testing. Hey everyone, I'm Quincy. I hope you're enjoying the conference so far. I'm so humbled to be in the presence of two greats.
Okay.
And they're so chill and so down to earth, and like the "don't meet your heroes" thing is not true. Like, you want to meet these guys, you want to get to know them because they are just good people. They're super chill, super wholesome, and super humble. And I have profound respect for them and everything they've accomplished. And I hope that that was picked up on this mic too. Okay, so why did I start Free Code Camp? I just was kind of frustrated with the price of education. Like, a lot of things just come back to cost of living. And I was very frustrated that college is as expensive as it is. Like, I don't understand why things are so expensive. I don't understand why things are getting more expensive. For me, the whole promise of technology, of, you know, improving business processes, of being able to get specialists into industry so that things can be done more efficiently, like, the prices are supposed to go down. Like, what you read about in your economics textbooks is prices go down over time. And it felt like, at least in education, back in the early 2010s. So I worked as a teacher and a school director for about a decade, and doing tutoring and all kinds of teaching, basically teaching ESL mainly. And I could understand why the cost of ESL, like you'd spend like $1,000 a month to be in an intensive English program, and you'd have like all these teachers stuff. But I could never understand why people were paying thousands of dollars a semester to go sit in a lecture hall with like 500 other people and listen to some old guy scrape the chalkboard. You know, I just never understood. It never made any sense to me. And I always thought, like, there's this old saying, like, if you've ever read the book Hackers, the Heroes of the Digital Revolution, I think is the name. It's like 1980s, like early 1990s book. And there was this speech that was captured in there where they said, information wants to be free. And I always thought, like, education wants to be free. Like, a learning resource is infinitely reproducible. Like, you can go and just photocopy a textbook and you have a copy of the textbook and you didn't have to pay $300 for it. And there's nobody that can really stop you. Maybe the textbook company comes after you or something. It's a nightmare scenario, but like information itself is infinitely reproducible. And web servers are going down in cost all the time. Why can't you just put learning resources online? Like, Project Gutenberg was a huge inspiration for me because they're taking public domain books and putting them online where anybody can access them. And it turns out, you know, text is very small. And it turns out that JavaScript that executes client side in the browser when you're running tests against your code, very, very small. Like, Free Code Camp is not like a super duper expensive website to host because it's mostly text and it's mostly code that's running in your browser and things like that. And I just thought we could do this so much cheaper. Like, it's ridiculous that there isn't just like a free university, or like that there aren't just free universities. Like, I never understood that. You've got these multi-100-year-old universities that have billions of dollars in their endowment, and it never occurs to them to just make it free for everybody. Make it free for like some elite few that are able to jump through all the hurdles that are usually based off of whether their families were wealthy enough for them to have tutoring and all these extracurricular activities and stuff like that. But like, at the end of the day, like, it really just comes down to money. Like, I hate that money's still a thing. I always watched Star Trek as a kid, and I always imagined being in this post-scarcity society where people could do whatever their calling was. But the reality is, like, life beats that out of you, and you learn very quickly when you go into the real world that everything's about money. And I can understand why a university, even if they have billions of dollars in their endowment, still wants to get, $50K a year from the rich kids and stuff like that. And like, I don't know. Sorry, this is like the most overlong answer, but ultimately it comes down to people deserve free education. I believe it's a universal human right, and it's profoundly disappointing that we haven't figured out a way to have free education for everybody. We figured out a way to have pretty good public schools in a lot of parts of the world, or a lot of parts of the U.S. anyway. And I feel like, taking that next step and making not just primary school, not just high school, but university and graduate school, everything beyond, making that free as well. Free technical schools. I think all that stuff could happen, and I don't think it would really negatively impact very many people other than these giant, education conglomerates. And these universities that would actually have to, they probably get government funding to do it. I just don't see. It seems like it's such an obvious win. So yeah, like the free at the beginning of Free Code Camp was very deliberate, because I genuinely believe like free is the most powerful word in marketing. It's one of the most powerful words in the English language. And I just feel very strongly about free as a price. Thank you for the question. I'll try to keep the answer shorter than that.
Well, so you gave a great answer. Oh yeah, I forgot. So you gave a great answer, but it kind of started reminding me of the conversations we were having last night. So we got to hang out in a hotel room last night. So we were hanging out and we were talking, and it kind of brought on a subject that we were talking about, where we see people that are learning, they're building their skill set, and now obviously this market is probably difficult for some people. And we talked at length on it, and I thought like maybe this could be the pivoting point for this subject. Like, people are going through 100 devs, people are going through Free Code Camp, people are going to a $30 conference, and so they're gaining skill set, right? And so people are then saying, how are we translating this into the current job market? And shameless shout out, we have a podcast, and one of the episodes we're kind of talking about what we see the current state of the job market in, and there's definitely some areas where it is definitely more difficult than it was in previous years. But I feel like, I know we got takes on this. I don't want to give mine yet, but do you want to start going on this? Like, what we think about the current job market? Go for it.
Cool. Thank you. Also, this one too.
Yeah.
There we go. We got to double it. Also, first, I'm geeking out. This is the GOAT, the inspiration, next to my new best friend in the whole wide world. This is a beautiful, beautiful thing for me. So thank you. When we talk about the state of the current market, it's always really sensitive because folks are hurting. They are not understanding why the effort they're putting in isn't resulting in the outcome that they want. And so what you start to see is people feeling more and more detached from the actual interview process and leaning into things that might honestly be cognitively a little bit more easy, but maybe not the thing that's going to actually move the needle to get yourself the job. And so when we're at this point where things are hard, things are difficult, what can you do to be in control and take like ownership of that process? And right now, one of the uncomfortable things that we kind of want to talk about is that the game is a game. You have to learn how to play the game well if you expect to get a job in this market. And the thing that we get the privilege of seeing is people still getting jobs every single day. Every single day I get a thank you or something along the lines of, hey, I got the job, I put in the steps, it worked. And so it's really hard when we get on a stage and we want to say, yeah, we understand, we commiserate, but then in the back, I see the emails, I see things like it's still possible. It's just the game is different and you have to learn how to play it. So don't lean into the idea of that you can't do it. You can, it's possible. Learn the skills, learn the way to present those skills, get an outside perspective on the things that you're doing, because often 1 or 2 changes could be the difference in a successful transition in this market. So I just want to hopefully bring some hope to the start of that conversation, because it's still possible. It's still an amazing career choice. It's still a way that you can transition. You just got to get the right knowledge on how to do it. And then once you do it, put it into practice.
You don't want to take?
Oh, you want me to answer the same question?
Yeah, go for it. Because I think we're all going to have similar or different.
Yeah, I don't really have a whole lot to add to what he said. I mean, I think that if you aren't working as a developer yet, this has probably been a question asked before, and I apologize if I'm putting people on the spot, but how many of you all are currently working as a developer or dev adjacent type role? Okay, quite a few of you. Yeah, so congratulations. And yes, this is the most brutal the job market has been, and probably the most frustrating the job market has been in several years. Kudos to everybody here who's sticking out and still pushing to get either their first developer job or line up their next role. I think that this field is one of the best fields, and I'll just give you a quick, you've probably heard this a million times before, but what other fields can you do interesting creative work where you are able to use your brain and do new things every day? Because the whole definition of a developer is not somebody who writes code, but somebody who learns and then synthesizes new solutions. You don't solve the same problem over and over, because you can just infinitely reproduce your solution to the problem that you had already solved. You can just write code, and then that's kind of formalized and taken care of. And maybe you have to maintain that, but most jobs, you're just if you're a dentist, you're just looking at people's mouths every single day, telling people to floss every single day. And no knock on dentistry, it's an important profession and everything, but I would much rather be a dev than a dentist, right? And there are just so many reasons. It's a whole lot of work to get a developer job, of course. Maybe it's been easy in the past when the interest rate was 0, is relatively easy or easier. Maybe it was very easy during the .com boom, place like that. Maybe it'll be easy again in the future, and you'll be looking at the people who are easily able to get developer jobs, and you'll be oh man, if only you knew how hard I had to work to get my developer job, right? But I think regardless of how hard it is, it's absolutely worth it to keep trying and to keep pushing and keep not only trying to get your first role, but keep advancing and getting subsequent roles. Because if you can get in a role where you're able to work remotely, or where you get benefits, or any other number of things where you have that flexibility, that quality of life. When I tell people I'm a software engineer, people immediately kind of sit up. They're like, oh, really? That's cool. They've seen Mr. Robot. They have maybe seen the 90s movie Hackers. They know exactly what it's like to be a developer from Hackers, right? So I just want to emphasize, it is absolutely worth the struggle. You're going to get there, and you're going to be so glad that you did. And for those of you who are already there, just keep pushing and keep expanding. Who knows what the possibilities are with the skills that you're cultivating and the people that you're meeting around you. These people who can potentially help you ratchet up your career and potentially build businesses, potentially build legacies for yourself.
So I've got a take on this, and I genuinely believe this too. To support Leon's point, we literally see people on a regular basis landing jobs in tech, whether it's their first job, their third job, their fifth job. Today at this conference, someone, I'm not going to bust them out, because I told him I won't announce it on the internet until, you know, he finally announces it himself. He just got his first job in tech at Amazon. That's today. He's in the room. He's in the room. So we'll clap for him, but he's in the room. I'm literally getting these messages. It used to be every single day. Now it's like every other day, every third day. Here's my thing. The tech job market has caught up to pretty much majority of all other markets. If you were an accountant and you were certified as an accountant, to get your first job as an accountant, you had to really step up against a lot of the competition. My brother-in-law, love the guy, he is a cardiovascular pediatric surgeon. It took him 2 years of interviewing all over the country before he finally got his first placement. Every industry in the world has had competition. It was just that tech in general, for a long period of time, had such a massive shortage that if you just coughed and it sounded like the word JavaScript, you could find yourself in an interview, right? Like, that's it. Simple as that. And so now you're having to play the game that we talked about in a podcast episode. So shout out the program podcast. But sincerely, that situation changed up for a lot. The fact that the job market caught up to everywhere else has really shocked people, because it's not an entry-level issue anymore. I'm literally meeting people that are engineering managers, directors. I'm talking to people that are senior developers. I talked to one senior developer in the month of February last year. He was laid off. We had one 15-minute phone call in September, and in October, the first week of October, he was landing his first job. Like, from zero contact, nobody replying to him, to now with just adjustments. And what ends up coming because of that? What are those adjustments? Developers sincerely, I'm using nice words. Developers, for the most part, do not ever think about how their skills quantify or relate to actual business solutions. So when it comes to their resume, what does it say? I worked on a website, worked on the landing page. What does that equate to? If someone in a non-technical capacity is looking at your resume, they don't even know what to go off of. So I think that's a big hindrance. We talked about this in actually the podcast episode that dropped today. One thing that I think is like the biggest mistake developers are making, especially in today's market, honestly, is they're so focused on interviews 3 and 4, they forgot about interview number 1. And because of that, you've totally disassociated yourself from who's the person in interview number 1, the person in HR, the person from a non-technical role. They don't have a clue what you did. And so when they're trying to look at their job description and then look at what you submitted, there's no correlation, because you're already thinking about that technical interview without thinking about how you got through the soft skill interview. And because that, you're not playing the game the right way in today's market. And so for me, I do think the job market has gotten harder, but it's because the level of competition has risen. And one angry LinkedIn comment that I got today, they're like, we were talking about types of projects somebody could build. And they're like, why can't I just get a job with the calculator app? It's on every device that you use. This is obviously solving a business problem because it's a calculator. It's like, but the perception is what changes. A calculator app by many is perceived as a project that you build when you're trying to learn the skill set. It's not the one that you showcase to say that you are an established, educated individual in that skill set. And so that perception plays a large role in how people will, I guess, perceive you. And so you need to think about that when you're trying to get a job. What? 2 minutes? Yeah, we're gonna run over on this one. We're gonna run over. I'm just saying that now. We got Quincy Larson on stage. We're gonna run over. But I think that's a big factor into today's market. And so I don't care if you're a junior dev or if you're a senior dev. That's something that a lot of senior devs are really missing right now when they're trying to get these jobs. And if you're a junior dev, of course, now more than ever, everybody that learned how to code during the pandemic, everybody now that came out of a boot camp, everyone that's coming out of college, I'm seeing the same thing, but they're trying to go through jobs through the same traditional path. And that you need to be different than that. It's the same way that, again, using the example of accounting, you can't just go to the job fair with your resume and think that the employers are going to fight over you because you learn how to count some numbers. It's the same thing today. Just because you learn how to code, that doesn't mean you're like at the level where they need to hire you right away. It's the prerequisite to enter the conversation. Just to become an English teacher doesn't mean that you know English. It's the prerequisite to enter the conversation of becoming an educator in that space. It's the same thing here when it comes to coding, and at least in my opinion. You want to add anything to that?
That's great. No, I think we were kind of talking about this a little bit earlier too. Taylor kind of gave like a really great talk right before this about what it takes to get the job. And he talked about it being vibes. Vibes are the really important piece. But I always talk about it as like a smell. And so I always say entry-level developers and now even senior developers have a smell. There's something that when you walk into the interview that's going to distract the hiring partner, that's going to distract them. And you have to figure out what those things are so that you can stand out in the application process, but also not fumble in it. And so for some folks, it could be a slight change to your LinkedIn, it could be a slight change to your Twitter. And figuring out those things are really important. And it's hard to do that by yourself. And so one of the things I love about us all being here right now, so you have a wonderful community around you that are at different levels, different stages. Lean into that today, lean into that tomorrow. If you're struggling with something about this process, about how the game's changed, how you're continuing to grow, like ask. Just talk to somebody else, because that conversation, that different way of approaching it is going to be a game changer for you. And so please don't leave here if your goal is to go from entry level into the field or go from mid to senior and you're having some sort of trouble with it. Figure out what that thing is. Stop me in the hall. I know, stop Danny in the hall, right? Like Quincy's got way more important things to do for but stop us, ask, talk, like engage with other folks about what you could be doing to make that change. And I guarantee it'll open the doors for you and you'll get that progression that you're looking for. Yeah. Should we do another question? Yeah, let's pivot. Should we do a question or?
Yeah, let's do it. Anybody else have a question? Go for it.
Yeah, thank you, all of you so much. I have a lot that I could say. To see my role models on either side of their role model is really cool. And the altruistic, impactful effort that you guys have done for everyone in this room is huge. And I want to be able to bring people up behind me in a much smaller community. How do I get started?
I'll start and then we'll go.
I got it.
You start. That's it. You just start. It doesn't have to be something big. Like when I was starting 100 devs, I thought it'd be me and like 10 people and that'd be it. And we call it a day. I never imagined like this like community of folks that would spring up around it. And that was never the goal either. I just wanted to help. And so if your intention is that you want to help, start with one. One can be a massive change. One, if you think about it, if you can take someone from kind of minimum wage into an average developer salary, that's $3 million over their career going back into that community, going back into the community that you care about. So that one individual is outsized return on a little bit of effort. And then once you figure out how to do it for one person, do it for two. Then slowly people start to see, oh, this person knows what they're talking about, and that you'll bring more people into it. And then by that time, you have people that already know how to do it because they've worked with you, and then they can lead the charge. And so the beautiful thing is seeing our efforts grow beyond just us to people like yourself saying, hey, I want to be the difference. I want to help. Just start, get one. That's a huge return. You learn so many things, and then it'll snowball from there. Yeah, yeah, there you go. Hey.
So I'll just say very quickly that when we started Free Code Camp, like I say we, because like I stood the site up and pretty quickly we had people like coming in the chat room and hanging out, and most people would just be passing by. And I would do everything I could to keep them there. I'd be like, oh, what's your favorite color? You know, like just anything I could do to keep them there. And then other people would come and like I try to like be the example, like constantly helping people. And today I do not use any sort of LLMs or any sort of email filtering tools or anything. I literally respond to every email I get. It's not obviously spam. Like when people get my email newsletter and they reply, hey, I really like this link. This is like super helpful. I'm like, cool. Glad it was helpful. Or like, I enjoyed this week's podcast. Or, hey, I have a question about XYZ or something like that. Like, I think it's very important that you take time and you never take any one person for granted or think, oh, you know, like, I've got other things I can do. Like, just try to devote as much time as you can reasonably, because you're probably busy, and like other people who are thinking about creating communities are probably busy too. But like, don't ever feel like, oh, that wasn't like a good use of my time or anything. Like if you're helping somebody, you're helping them, and that is absolutely a good use of your time. And they are going to remember that. And then when their time comes to help, it's going to be a virtuous kind of chain reaction. So just keep being a chill, approachable, kind human being, empathetic to people's situation, patient when you're teaching them, and just keep doing it, and it will gradually pick up. And it may take a long time, but there will be progress. Even if there are droughts and stuff like that, if you just keep doing it, you are going to help people.
Just give up, dude. Everybody's too positive right now. No, I'll tell you this. Number one, you said something really big to me. And to be honest, I think this is why we're geeking out. We hold Quincy Larson in very high reverence, because I think we all look at you as like a beacon for, like, obviously within the tech sector, like you're a big deal, whether you realize it or not. And the Godfather. Honestly, like I'll share one quick story about Quincy that a lot of people don't know. When I was doing meetups, I started in Memphis, Tennessee. The first meetup that I ever did in my life, 4 people showed up there. It was me and my 3 co-organizers. Like nobody showed up. We couldn't get anybody there. And it was small, right? And we were just 4 devs hanging out at a coffee shop. It was Panera Bread, actually. We're hanging out at Panera Bread in Mississippi, and nobody was really showing up. And we didn't really care though. But all of those quote unquote bad meetups led to us finally figuring out what people needed within the community. And through those iterations, we ended up creating better groups, better experiences. Some co-organizers fell off, some new ones joined in. But I was doing meetups before I had a job in tech. Because you don't need to be a conference level speaker, high level educator, Harvard level professor to do a meetup. You're a dev that wants to geek out with other devs. It's not that complex. And so if you're in an area where they don't have meetups, be the change you want to see. Go out there, hang out. But if you do have meetups, go be part of the community. Go talk. Even for us, our volunteers, do you know how we notice the most frequent volunteers? They're the people that keep showing up to the meetups that want to give back. So we give them responsibilities here, do this, do that. That's how it ends up growing. And then in Memphis, when we got hit with the pandemic, obviously Memphis is not a tech town, right? I said in my keynote this morning, when I showed up to Memphis, we do great food, right? I was wearing a size medium shirt when I went to Memphis. It ain't medium no more, right? Like I definitely grew over there. The food is phenomenal, right? But it's not a tech town. When I was going to meetups, it was like the same 5 to 10 people in the room. We grew an amazing community there that when the pandemic hit, it shut everything down, right? Our meetups went from like our last in-person event in Memphis had like 300 people there, right? Huge. Our first virtual meetup had 2 people there, right? Then our second one had 3 people there. It wasn't doing well. It wasn't like a progression. We just couldn't figure out what made a good online meetup. And then through a lot of iteration and experience, I realized I'm competing with Netflix, Google, Microsoft, every other tool you have in the world to distract you and your family. So if I'm gonna do it, it has to be worth your time. And that's what I think about all my meetups. You're coming out of your way to come here. It has to be worth your time. What can I do that's actually valuable? And so with this conference, and please, by the way, I really mean this, any feedback you have, good or bad, please give it to me, because I wanna make sure that if people are coming, like 40% of the attendees travel to this thing. Y'all are traveling here. I have to make sure it's worth your time. It can't just be we put a bunch of speakers on a stage. That's good, but what can I do that makes it worth your time? So any feedback you can give me on that one, please do, because if we do this again, I want to make sure it's worth your time to travel. But on top of that, I need to make sure you're getting something for this, right? Because the biggest thing for me that would hurt me is if you left and it really wasn't worth the effort for you to come here. But during that pandemic, we finally figured out what made a great virtual event. And this is the city of Memphis. We didn't have a ton of resources in that regard. And 2 people, a lot of people don't know this, but people in Memphis did. 2 people dedicated time to a virtual event that lived on for years after that event, because we were just geeked out that people of this caliber would even come give resources back to our community. One of those persons who is not here, unfortunately, is Kent C. Dodds. Love that guy. The second person was Quincy Larson. And so many people just disregarded our city because obviously it's not a big tech town, there's not a big scene, but they came out when nobody else would, and they gave one hell of a talk that night. And I remember after the fact, people kept saying, Quincy Larry, you're a rock star to us. But the whole community like truly went off of that, right? We weren't like 1,000 people at a virtual event, so it wasn't doing like big numbers in that regard, but because they gave back, the community benefited. And the only way we'd ever get that benefit was with somebody starting a meetup. And so you could be that change for somebody. I don't think it has to be this big monumental shift, but I do think if you want to see a change and you want to see it within yourself, you have to start putting your feet on the ground and start walking and make a move. Because I can tell you, I've met more people that stop themselves from doing an idea before finding out if it's going to fail or not, because of the threat of failure, than just trying to do something to see what happens. For me, I'm a big believer in failing fast. So oftentimes, even with this conference, I waited a month before I decided to do the damn thing. And then, so I've often said we did this within under 3 months. It could have been 4 if I just started, but I was trying to see if I could shake the feeling of wanting to do it. Once I said I couldn't shake it, I'm like, we're running with this thing. And I remember running with it to where people were like, I don't know if this is going to work out. I don't know if this is right. We don't have enough time. Well, we're not going to find out if we have enough time if we don't start moving stuff. And so with me, prime example was the other day, because I got feedback on this. I had asked somebody to do something. They didn't do it quickly enough because obviously they're operating on a different time level. Well, why should I wait? I just knocked it out in 10 minutes, told them task is updated. Here's the next task. They're like, well, I was going to do it later on tonight. It's like, it's no shade on you. But if we can move progression, let's move it now so we can focus on other things. So quick actions, 10 minutes. Some people are so worried about like, I only have 10 minutes. You can move the needle within 10 minutes. So stop being held back by those items and just kind of knock that thing out. You'll be shocked what you can do. You're very capable. Hope that helps. And I will say the last thing, work hard enough to where your inspirations become your peers, because I'm sitting with them right now. Like, I promise you. I constantly pinch myself when I get to talk to Brad Traversy, because guess what? He's a big reason why I got into tech. When he responds to my DMs, I'm like, I can't even believe I'm talking to him in my DMs. Like, so work until your inspirations become your peers, and just make them people that are in your phone book or your address book or your contact list, to where you're able to text them at will. Like, I think that goes a long way. Yeah, we'll wrap it up after this. I see. I see it.
I got something on my heart real quick, and then we'll do the question. The thing that I learned this weekend and from working with Danny for a little while, there's no magic to it. There's nothing like special or unique about like the things that we've done or how we do it, or any of the things that I see a lot of people in this audience that have done. It's just doing the work. And so when I did something really silly, sorry, go ahead. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So I did something really silly that I shouldn't have done. Black Friday, I sent an email out to my newsletter list that was, hey, all my courses are 100% off. All my courses are always free. They're always 100% off. Last week, next week, major inspiration from this gentleman here, right? But it tanked my email open rates. And now I'm like, all right, how do I actually get people to see my emails? Because now they're going to promotions instead of to like the actual inbox they should go. And so I was talking to Quincy last night. I was like, hey, have you ever tried like asking people to reply to your emails just to see what happens? He's like, they do. And I answer all of them. And I was like, what your email list is millions. Like, what do you, he's like, yeah, I answer all of them. I was like, oh, okay. And then I was talking to Danny the other day, and for the DSG group, they have these hiring partners they're trying to build, and he's been running these lunches where he's getting some of the biggest folks in tech to like show up to these lunches to hire. I was like, how'd you do it? How'd you do it? He's like, oh, I sent 4,000 LinkedIn messages. 4,000. And so I heard somebody in the last talk I was in is like, hey, I'm going to meet a lot of people at the conference. I'm not going to remember everybody. Should I like focus on just a few, or should I focus on all of them? And I was just thinking, I was like, damn, you're responding to every email. You're sending 4,000 LinkedIn messages. It's not magic. It's doing it, right? And when I think about what I've been able to do is I just showed up every Tuesday, every Thursday, every Sunday for a year plus, and that got the results. And so I think sometimes we forget that there's not like a magic, there's not a secret, there's not a shortcut. It's just figuring out the way that you can make it happen and then leading into that effort. So sorry, yeah, we had a question come through.
Let me just say one thing on that, and you can go to that. It's short. So we talked about this on the podcast again. I'm just saying, top 7 in the USA. I'm just saying. Anyway, no, I will say that I wasn't going to talk about this here, but I decided as a challenge to create a meetup group for CEOs and CTOs of organizations. Part of that incentive for that was we have a cohort program that we don't monetize, but we want to see people get jobs. And so I was like, how do I get people in Dallas to recognize the cohort graduates that we have coming out of the cohort program, but to create a group for that, right? So to get 30 people in the room, it took me 4,000 emails and messages. It took me 3,970 no's to get 30 yeses. And some of the people in the room were CEOs and CTOs of Fortune 50 organizations. So it's like big players are now starting to recognize the effort that we're doing there, right? Obviously, it's a meetup. So like they're interacting, they're engaging, they're talking and all this good stuff. But to get them there took all that effort. And what's funny is I was crazy intimidated by this idea for a long time. And I remember having a conversation with my boss, and I don't think she realized it in that moment. But part of my job, I'm a director. For those that don't know, I'm a director of technology at a company called This Labs. Great organization, great team. I love them all. And we were having a conversation one day. And part of my role as a director is like, hey, talking with some of our current clients, hey, we finished a task. Do you need us to do something else? What do you want us to prioritize, et cetera? But part of it is also talking technically to some of the new ones. And this intimidated the hell out of me. And I was like, how do I talk to a CEO of a company? For my whole career, I thought if I talk to an engineering manager, I'm doing it big. But now we're talking about CEO, CTO. Like, how do I talk to them? And casually one day she said in a meeting that I had with her, one-on-one, and she was talking about how our intern has a meeting coming up with the CEO. I said, the intern got a damn meeting. How did the intern get a meeting? Well, if the intern can get a meeting, I know I can get a meeting. And that just changed how I started looking at it. Because what I've realized is if you bring value to a conversation, someone's going to want to have that conversation with you. It might not be every single person that you approach. That's why I kind of look at hiring the same way. It's like every time you apply for a job, it might not be a fit for them, for you, for everyone. So it's like, how do I start knocking it out? And how do I make sure I improve my chances? And so for 4,000 LinkedIn messages and emails, it wasn't the same damn message. It was customized each set and every time. But to get 30 people in that room, we were estimating that that net worth in that room was around $80 million. So like to get $80 million in the room, it took that effort. But if I'm looking at changing my circumstances in my life, my career, my income, why am I looking at it like it's a drop in the bucket and I'm discounting myself and my own efforts? Oh, I'm just going to mass apply to 2,000 jobs. You're not worth the attention and detail to customize your replies. You don't want to increase the rate of reply for yourself. You think that lowly of yourself? Come on, be serious. You're valuable. Act like it. What's the question?
What do you expect to become an issue that isn't going to be?
I don't have a crystal ball. What are you talking about? You gonna go? I don't know.
So I've been teaching for about 10 years now, and there's always been something that's changed about the ecosystem that specifically if you're focused on like people breaking into tech, that has been the excuse. So for a long time, it was offshoring, then nearshoring, then no code, now AI, and it's always been kind of like if you wanted an excuse to not change your life for the better, to not put in the effort, I get it. It's a hard journey, but those excuses were always convenient to be like, you know what, I won't do it because of that. So I get it that there are these things that prop up that give you that out. But in the next year, the next 2, 3, it's not going to be a seismic shift that's going to stop every business on the corner that needs the website, the people that need to implement these new tools. They're going to need people that do it. And so at every stage I've been doing this, there's always been an excuse. And if you let that, you close off an amazing career, an amazing community. And so my piece is, it's going to change. Who cares? when it comes, we'll be ready for it because of the skills that you're putting in. And like Quincy was saying, you can't rest on your laurels. If you're already in, you got to keep elevating that skill set, keep adopting these new tools so that when there's new opportunity, you're ready for it. And so opportunity's been there. It'll continue to be there. What's the alternative for you too? And if there's not something that's super clear that you're ready to jump into, don't miss out on what could be a fabulous life, a fabulous career for you. Like lean into not using that as an out, but putting in the effort to get to where you want to go.
Maybe we'll wrap up on this one. So here's the way that I see things. I've lived by a quote for a long time. I forgot who said this or where I heard it, but the agile are secure. And so if you have the ability to adopt and move, you will find yourself, I don't know what's going on with that system. If you have the ability to adopt or move, and it's doing it with this too, I think it's a bigger thing. I'm fine, I'm loud. Y'all can hear me, right? All right, so if you got the ability to adopt or move, you're gonna find yourself a success. JavaScript is gonna evolve to what it is. For a while, Knockout.js was the thing. Who uses that now? For a while, jQuery was the thing. You still got people using it, but nowhere close to the levels that it was before, right? I don't see that changing in any field, any way, any shape, any form. AI has grown. There's jobs in there now, right? To be honest with you, I can tell you this from firsthand. I'm literally, and from like the consulting aspect, do you know how lucrative those AI roles are? Like they're all over the place in high demand. You got them, right? So you can be agile, learn the demands of the market, and you'll find yourself with opportunity. And I've said this for years. If you learn the demands of your local market, you will never run out of an opportunity, because your biggest advantage, no matter where you're located in the globe, and I know the internet loves to harp on this one, but I'm telling you, I've talked to people, I've helped people on 6 different continents get jobs. If you know anybody in Antarctica that needs a job and got a list, I'd love to say all 7 continents. But 6 continents get jobs. And every single time, I don't care what country it is, I don't care what economic factors there are, if you can help local organizations, it's 2024, 2025, y'all. Any company that deals with customers needs to have some form of online presence. Prime example, y'all heard of Micro Center? It's like heaven for devs, right? Your money disappears though, it's crazy. But Micro Center, I had a need yesterday. They have a great website, right? But none of their stores have phone numbers. And I was going crazy trying to find out how I can call the store to find one specific answer to the problem. I ended up finding out a 1-800 number and I went off like, why can I not talk to a store associate? They said, because we want you to show up. When you're in there, when you know your money's gonna go. So just come into the store with a problem. But any business that deals with customers has to have some form of online presence. And what's crazy is on Twitter, I'll never call it X, on Twitter, there is a group chat right now of people that are at the CYC conference, right? And if you're not in there and you are active on Twitter, let me know and I'll try and add you in there, right? But one person shared the website of a restaurant that they were going to, and they're like, hey, I'm gonna be here. If you wanna eat with me, come hang out, yada, yada, yada. And one of the first comments was their website needs work. And that's where opportunity is. Do you know how many, and people, when they think of freelancing or stuff, they think of like, oh, how do I get into this Fortune 500 organization? But you know how many mom and pop shops are around you that need help? So many people are worried about what's on the horizon without thinking about there's all these other solutions that also need problems. If you are a problem solver, the syntax is just a way to deliver that solution. The old focus is, and the entire focus should be, how do I solve problems more efficiently? And if you can do that, the language you can pick up. I don't care what skill level you're at. The languages can change. I see Dennis over here. For a while, he's using a different database. Now he's using AppWrite. I see over here Mongo. I can't believe y'all aren't fighting. But, you know, but seriously, like you can learn whatever is necessary. So I think so many people are focused on what's to come, what's to come. Just go with the flow. Like, it's funny because Tracy, my boss, for a lot of this conference prep, she's like, what if this goes wrong? I was like, then it goes wrong. We'll fix it. Like, why am I so paranoid about what could go wrong, what could go wrong? And even that, like yesterday, everybody asked me, you feel ready for the conference? I was like, all the prep has been done. Whatever I do in this very moment changes absolutely nothing. So why am I so paranoid about it? I'll adjust to whatever needs to be adjusted. But I'm telling you right now, if you're so focused on ahead, and I get it. As humans, we're so focused on what's to come, we're so go, 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 that sometimes we forget to take a pause and stop and look at where we are and where we've been. And sometimes that reflection will give you so much fuel for where you're going, but sometimes just owning the moment that you're in now will honestly open so many opportunities for you. So stop worrying so much about where we see everything going. Nobody really knows. You know what's crazy? 5 years ago, I saw all these predictions. 3 years ago, I saw all these predictions. None of them included AI. Who 5 years ago was talking about AI? So whatever comes up, you're just going to adopt. And look at all these devs now that were scared of AI. You remember Twitter last year. All the jobs are gone. Nah. Now we're just using it. The jobs are still there. So just no one's getting replaced by AI. Maybe in some areas, I don't know. I won't make a blanket statement. I'd say 80% of folks that thought they were going to lose their job to AI hasn't, right? So don't worry too much. Go with the flow. You'll be just fine. After that, I think we should wrap up because 25 minutes became an hour. You want to say something?
Yeah, I'll say, just to build on what Danny just said, there are 1 million charities in the United States, 1 million organizations that are like tax exempt, churches, soup kitchens, homeless shelters, people that are doing things around giving kids access to technology, book type places that are like libraries, but community efforts, all kinds of organizations that need help. There are more than, I don't even know how many actual businesses there are, like mom and pops, but there are probably many million legal entities in the United States that need developers to help them navigate new things like AI, navigate security vulnerabilities and all kinds of stuff that, it's just crazy how much work there is to be done. And it's unfathomable that somehow like some magic AI is just going to like solve all those problems. I talked on the Free Code Camp podcast, which if you have time to listen, it's a very long podcast, it's like 2 hours. It's unedited. It's just straight raw me talking with different devs. Sarah Shook's been on there. Pretty awesome conversation I had with her. And of course had these two gentlemen on it as well. But I've talked with, I think we've done like 150 plus episodes, and I've talked, everybody from like Jeff Atwood and his partner in crime, Stack Overflow founders, Joel Spolsky. I've talked with David Malin from Harvard, and then I've talked with people who've never been on a podcast before and just work as a dev, like people that were driving Uber and then figured out how to get a contract job, like doing software development and stuff. So there's a broad range of perspectives. And I will tell you, like, just on the note of AI, because everybody talks about AI and stuff, like the consensus among these people is I've never had a senior experienced developer tell me that they are worried about AI, significantly impacting jobs. I've had plenty tell me that they think employers' perspective on AI and their overestimation of AI capabilities is likely to, in the near term, reduce job openings, but eventually they will have to hire devs, right? And people generally say, like, it makes me 20% more productive as a developer. The fact that I've got like kind of the equivalent of like half a junior dev that I can like pull up in a tab and like ask questions to, and I have to double check all the code and everything. But I genuinely believe that it is a cool tool in the toolbox. I spend a lot of time using it myself. I'm very excited about the applications and things like that. But there, fundamentally, a lot of the work that needs to be done is communication. It's going out and talking to business owners, understanding what they actually need. All this, there are tremendous opportunities if you want to do like, a side gig where you help local charities, you help small businesses in addition to working. That could be very profitable for you, and it might be able to help set you up for creating a consultancy like This Labs, which is everybody in tech, I think, looks at that organization just like, damn, like there was some stiff competition, right? You got like Pivotal, you got like all these storied agencies, and then you get this new one, and it's just amazing. Like, and some things just come from nothing. Like people going out and hustling and making the connections and proving their capabilities. It's incredibly impressive, and you all could potentially do that too if you put in the time and effort. The one thing I'll say, just in closing, because I know I'm talking too long, but don't ever rest on your laurels. Don't ever feel comfortable. Don't ever feel like, I'm just going to kind of take it easy for a few years and just focus on my hobbies and stuff like that. I genuinely believe that if you can keep up some baseline amount of progress in your skills, whether that's just, listening to a bunch of tech podcasts and occasionally doing like new projects on the weekend and picking up new tools and taking them for a spin when they get all hyped on Hacker News and stuff. Why not, right? Just keep learning, keep expanding your skills, and you will put yourself in a position where you can have a whole lot of agency in your career and you have a tremendous number of options. You will get there if you just compound that learning day in and day out. Not day in and day out, but like daily. Like I would say if you can commit even like 30 minutes a day to continuing professional development, continuing education, that is going to give you a huge edge over all the people that are just chilling and happy with where they are. So don't get complacent, stay hungry, stay curious.
Let me close this out. All right. Question for people in the room. Raise your hand if you do not know what is, no shame, by the way. There's something that's happening after this. Raise your hand if you're not aware of what's happening. Okay. I tried really hard to get like the word out for this, but we are doing a commit your code social. So it's about 2 minutes from here. It's at Legacy Hall. We have the entire outdoor area. We got some private bartenders, so like any drinks and stuff like that. There's like 30 different restaurants in there, so like you can kind of get. They're all walk up, right? So it's like a building, 30 restaurants. There's a brewery on the second floor, et cetera, et cetera. You can get like food from everywhere if you want. It's up to you. Great spot. We've invited the entire conference. There's going to be a lot of people there. Last time I checked, there's like 177 people have RSVP'd yes. So highly recommend coming out there. Legacy Hall, literally 2 minutes away. Hopefully we'll see y'all there. The other thing I want to say is there is food outside still, right? We obviously ordered a lot of food. We want to make sure everybody had some. Please take some. If not, like throwing that away would break my heart. So please take some, take it home to your neighbors, your wife, kids, feed the family, all the good stuff. We're happy to do that. So please take that with y'all on the way out. The last thing that I kind of wanted to do, it's up to y'all. I would love if we just, so I kind of started the keynote with this. I wanted to end the day with this. At the end of every meetup, we take a very large group picture. As we were talking, a different vision for the group picture came in my mind where we could have the entire group here and we could take the picture off the stage with us being on the stage. Would y'all be okay with that? Anyone that feels comfortable, please come to the front and let's take a group picture together. Thank you. I realized I was talking into the mic. Oh, nobody corrected me? Nobody said anything about that? It's crazy.
Also, I'll just say, like, while you're walking up here,